Good morning. My name is Ali Munir, and I am serving as a designated federal official to the U.S. Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals, SACC. For this meeting, and in my role, I will be opening the fourth day of the public meeting on EPA's draft hazard and exposure assessments for 4,4,1-methylethylenediene bis-2,6-dibromophenol, or TBBPA, 1,2-dichloropropane, 1,1,2-trichloroethane, trans-1,2-dichloroethylene, and ethylene dibromide. I'd like to repeat that the SACC meetings are subject to all FACA requirements. These include open meetings, timely public notice of meetings, and document availability to the public. All documents are available to the public in the docket at regulations.gov. See the docket number in the meeting agenda. Also, this meeting is being webcasted, transcribed, and recorded. A live stream of today's meeting is available on YouTube. See the link on the meeting website. The website is listed in the agenda, which also has a link to yesterday's meeting. We had a successful third day yesterday, and I would like to thank the SACC, the ad hoc peer reviewers, and the EPA team for all of the discussions that we had yesterday. And I will now hand it over to the chair, Dr. Robin Ann Gentry. Dr. Gentry?
Thank you, Ms. Munir. And I'd also like to welcome everybody back to day 4 of our meeting and express my, what's the word I'm looking for? Gratefulness to this committee for their hard work and effort, the great discussions we had yesterday, and EPA for their involvement and discussions as well. Before we get started, again, I'd like to take the roll and make sure we have quorum, and I will start with Ms. Jenkins.
Good morning. I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Apte.
Good morning. I'm here.
Thank you. Dr. Baker.
Here.
Thank you. Dr. Baranko.
I'm here.
Okay. Dr. Burgoon.
Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning. Dr. Chen.
Hi, everyone. I'm here.
Good morning. Dr. Dorson.
Hello, folks.
Let's see. Dr. Fong.
Good morning. I'm here. Thank you.
Good morning. Mr. Garvey.
Present. Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Lee.
Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning. Dr. Ryer Powder.
Good morning. I'm here.
Morning. Dr. Samuel.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here.
Good morning. Dr. Shin.
Good morning. I'm here.
Morning. Dr. Tansel.
Present. Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Thompson.
Good morning. I'm here.
Okay. Mr. Wright.
Good morning. I'm here, and I did not turn on my video because apparently it's been disabled. So.
I will look into that. I'll look into
Probably.
that, make sure that gets fixed.
Well,
Okay.
I thought it might be for good reason. I don't know.
Dr. Haber.
I am here.
Morning. Dr. Klonig.
I'm here.
Good morning. Dr. Niemeyer.
Good morning. I'm here.
Good morning. And Dr. Ossimit.
Good morning. I'm present as well.
Okay. All right. I guess before we start the day, let's just revisit yesterday, see if there's anything from the committee we need to get on the record related to yesterday's meeting. Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Let's go back, go to EPA and see if there are any clarifying questions, anything that you need based on our discussions yesterday.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Dr. Gentry. This is Kathy Denisio, Science Advisor, EPA. We do have one clarifying question from, I think it was our last charge question of the day. It was charge question 11, part B. And one of the recommendations, this was the question about dermal loading for 1,1,2-trichloroethane, just to remind everybody. One of the recommendations talked about when there was risk from dermal loading estimates, or sorry, dermal exposure estimates using the DEVIL model, that higher tier models should be explored. And I know that risk of derm model was mentioned. If there are any other specific models that the committee had in mind, we would just appreciate if they would mention those names in the report. And then our other request would be that if there were other specific models in mind, if they can provide that through Ali Munir to us ahead of the report, similar to how we ask for specific references ahead of the report, that is a huge help to us in getting us going on, our work. So I don't know if there was anything they wanted to mention now, but at minimum, getting that list ahead of the report, if they have other specific recommendations in mind, would be great.
Okay, I'll turn to that discussant group. Does anybody from that group have any response there as far as models?
Okay, I will need to go back to the each response regarding the alternative approach for the dermal loading. I think that Jen, you can respond.
Yes, Dr. Samuel?
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks, Dr. Shin. And yes, I think we can provide some recommendations for alternatives or additions for higher tier models. So maybe let the group just confer, and then we'll provide some recommendations.
Sure.
And we can
Thank
do
you
that.
so much.
I think we can do that
Appreciate it.
shortly.
I think, Dr. Samuel, I know you weren't here yesterday, but one thing that came up is we're putting together a list of citations that EPA doesn't currently have in their documentation that we discussed, and also models or any modeling files where they can see if we're doing independent modeling, our input, those types of things. So that's something we're compiling to hope to get to the EPA by the end of the week, so they'll have it in advance of the report.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll go back and review the video as well from yesterday, and that all sounds good to me, and I'm happy to assist with that.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Samuel. Thanks so much. I think that was all of our clarifying questions from yesterday.
Okay, all right. Thank you. And I guess we will start this morning with charge question 17. I guess while EPA's teeing that up, I'll just remind everyone again, we have a lot of introductory material for several of these questions we'll cover today. We're going to leave it on the screen for a few minutes, not necessarily read it into the record, but it is available in the public docket. These questions are, as well as in the agenda that's publicly available. So I'll give everyone a few minutes for this slide. Okay, if we'll move on to 17A. Okay, and now on to 17AI, which has the direct charge to the committee.
Sydney Nguyen reading for US EPA. Question 17A.I. Please comment on the strengths and characterization of uncertainties underlying the selected non-cancer POD based on maternal and developmental effects, specifically fetal developmental abnormalities and increased late resorptions in mice, reported by Short et al. 1978 including its appropriateness for selecting acute and intermediate durations of exposure.
Okay, thank you for reading that into the record. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Osmond as our lead discussant.
Good morning. I've got a bit of a congestion at the moment, and you're going to be hearing from me, I think, much of the day, so pardon that. This morning we were talking with my group about the 4 charge questions. It turns out actually we have 32 charge questions today, so with all the subsections. So I'll try to be brief, but make sure you have enough information to know what we're going to be elaborating on in the full report. Specifically with regard to this one, while we agree that it's generally appropriate to use developmental tox as a basis for a chronic endpoint as well as acute endpoint, based on the potential for a single exposure to induce developmental effects if it occurs during a sensitive window of exposure. We looked at the Short et al. Study available in the HERO database, and it's evident that maternal toxicity was apparent in mice, even in a lowest exposure group, and that was evidenced by decreases in body weights, 16.2 versus 7.5 grams at the low dose, and feed consumption, which was from 6.3 down to 3.9 grams per day. Further evidence of overt maternal toxicity, the dams exposed to 38 ppm had a reduction in body weight change, actually a loss. And based on maternal toxicity, it's our view that the study should not be interpreted as evidence of reproductive tox and therefore not a candidate for the acute value. And as the exposure duration was 23 hours, as such, we wouldn't advocate any kind of duration adjustment. Our recommendation, several recommendations. One is expand the discussion of maternal toxicity and explain why you think that would still be appropriate, the LOEC from that study for subsequent risk assessment. And consider strongly whether that developmental tox is secondary to maternal tox, which our view, based on our review of the study, would indicate that it is. From a housekeeping standpoint, use a consistent terminology throughout the assessment to distinguish fetal death, developmental variations, delayed ossification, reduced fetal growth, and structural malformations. 3, improve the transparency of the benchmark dose modeling by presenting the exact input data and endpoint definitions. And clearly note that the use of developmental study for acute exposure really is a health protective extrapolation rather than a directly observed acute effect. Again, we'll elaborate this on much more in the final report, but want to give you a directional indication of where we are.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Osmond. I will open it up to your associate discussants on this question. Dr. Ryer-Powder, anything to add?
I don't. He captured everything that I added to that discussion.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Dorson.
Nothing to add. Thank you very much.
Okay, Dr. Borenko.
Nothing to add.
Okay, Dr. Thompson.
Sorry, finding the right place. Yeah, I think the point of clarification just is that it's not that we couldn't possibly use the maternal changes as a potential point of departure. I think the main question is whether the results in that study represent developmental tox.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Baker.
Nothing from me, and I have not been contributing to the discussion on 17 at all, just for transparency.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Haber.
Finding the right buttons to turn on. I think Dr. Smith did a great job in the summary. I would also underline Dr. Thompson's comment about maternal toxicity is also potential as an adversity endpoint, and note that there are a lot of subtleties in looking at the issues related to whether the toxicity is secondary to decreased food consumption, especially since there is a pair-fed control, but they match the intake there to the high dose, which had dramatic body weight decreases, but there were also pretty significant body weight decreases in the low dose group that we can't tell how much is due to decreased food intake versus being a health effect itself. That's it.
Thank you. Dr. Klonick.
Nothing to add. Very good job, Tom.
Okay. Anyone else from the committee? Anything to add? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. So I will turn to EPA and see if you have any clarifying questions.
Sydney Nguyen for EPA. Can you please clarify that the maternal effects are appropriate for intermediate duration?
Anyone in our group want to add to that or answer that? We didn't get into that in great detail. Chad, any thoughts on that? Or Lynn?
I see Dr. Dorson or Dr. Tom.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I think the exposure went on for nearly, I think, 5 or 6 days.
23 hours.
Does that fall into an intermediate thing within EPA? I'm not sure that it does. I mean, we're looking at really at 14 days. So I think that's the question is, it's an open-ended, does that count for intermediate? It certainly account for acute, even maybe a little bit more so.
Okay, Dr. Haber.
Dr. Ryer Powder is ahead of me, or do you want me to go ahead?
You can go ahead.
Okay. So the actual duration is indeed short. And there are many assessments on IRIS that are based on maternal toxicity in developmental studies. And so if it's appropriate for a chronic value, I'd say it's certainly appropriate for an intermediate value. And I believe, and Dr. Dorson can correct me on this since he was there, much more historical experience, that the rationale is that just as the pups are being exposed for the entirety of their time in that life stage, the mother is also being exposed for a substantial chunk, if it's only for 5 or 6 days, of her time as a pregnant dam. So there certainly is plenty of precedent for use for chronic values and extrapolated to intermediate.
Okay, Dr. Ryer Powder.
So my understanding is that the study lasted for 10 days. So this would be regarding the assessment of intermediate exposure. 10 days is consistent with EPA's definition of intermediate exposure. So although I don't have that reference here in my notes, I can come up with that definition. So in answer to the question, yes, it would be relevant for intermediate exposure.
Okay, Dr. Dorson.
Yeah, just to add on to Dr. Haber's good point, if indeed developmental toxicity or maternal toxicity is a critical fact when you look at the whole spectrum of studies, including chronic studies, then yes, it can be used as the basis of the safety assessment. And it's been done before, probably multiple times on EPA's integrated risk information system. Thank you, Dr. Haber.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else from the committee want to weigh in as well? Okay, let me check back with EPA and see if that addressed your question.
Sydney Nguyen for EPA. Yes, thank you. I have an additional clarifying question as well.
Okay.
We're wondering whether the SACC has alternative studies that would be recommended for the acute endpoint if Shore et al. 1978 is not seen as ideal.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's something we really did not focus intensely on, but we could during the follow-up. I'll let some of the other members recount some of the discussion we just had on that, if they'd like to. Dr. Dorson, or?
Yeah, I mean, we can use longer terms, as EPA knows well, because it's done this multiple times. You can use longer term studies, in this case, 6 days, 10 days, to project to the acute level. It's conservative, and it's conservative almost inevitably because on a dose y-axis, duration plot x-axis, we see these no observed adverse effect levels or low observed adverse effect levels decrease over time. So if you take a longer term thing and project the safe level for shorter times, it's conservative, almost invariably. And ATSDR has these dose duration plots that show that as well. So it can be used. It just, which study would you use? Developmental, a short, maternal. There's other inhalation studies, other studies that can be used that we'll talk about in subsequent questions.
Okay, Dr. Breyer Powder? Did you have something else to add, or is your hand just still up?
I had something to add, which I started talking about, and I will go back to talk about. So again, I had in my notes that the effects on the reproductive endpoints reported in Short et al. Or Short 1978 are consistent with the effects reported in NTP 1982 and NCI 1978. I have a link to those references, but I don't have them in front of me. But I do want to say on the record that there may be alternative studies that you can look at.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? EPA, does that address your question?
Sydney Nguyen for US EPA, no further clarifying questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, we will read 17AII into the record.
EPA, reading for charge question 17AII. Please comment on the strengths and characterization of uncertainties underlying the use of the Short 1978 study for conducting route-to-route extrapolation from the inhalation to dermal routes using the default extrapolation approach as discussed in section 2.3.2.5 of the draft hazard assessment for ethylene dibromide, US EPA 2026E.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Osmitz, back to you.
Sure. We definitely saw some strengths with the approach of going between those two routes. We know that EDB is rapidly absorbed following inhalation, and dermal exposure undergoes systemic distribution before activation in the liver. So toxicity is driven largely by internal exposure rather than local tissue irritation alone. Second, we know that the reactive metabolites responsible for toxicity are generated after systemic absorption, as I mentioned, in the liver. So that supports the expectation that equivalent internal doses, regardless of exposure route, should produce similar effects, although quantitative differences are certainly. With regard to recommendations, we think you should explicitly describe the scientific basis for comparing systemic toxicity via inhalation dermal. Clearly state all the assumptions regarding dermal absorption efficiency, and we realize some of those are going to be assumptions and not data-driven. Expand the discussion of toxicokinetic differences between inhalation and dermal exposure, including potentials on Cmax, area under the curve, and metabolite formation. Clarify that route-to-route extrapolation addresses systemic toxicity, but even what we said earlier, it does not address potential local dermal effects. And include a more explicit definition or discussion rather of the overall confidence in the dermal POD, recognizing the absence of direct comparative inhalation and inhalation dermal developmental studies. Again, going back to the the short study is one of the things we talked about in the previous thing. It has its pluses and minuses, but certainly from a standpoint of maternal toxicity, it's reasonable. That's it for our comments. And again, we'll expand on some of these things in the further write-up.
Right, thank you. To your associate discussants on this question, Dr. Ryer-Powder, anything else to add?
Sorry about that. No, it takes me a minute to turn myself on here. So no, I have nothing to add.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Dorson.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Barranco.
Nothing to add.
Okay. Dr. Thompson.
Nothing to add.
Dr. Baker, if it's okay with you, I'm going to skip over you for these questions.
Perfect.
Okay. And Dr. Haber?
Nothing to add.
Okay. Dr. Klonick?
Nothing to add.
All right. Anybody else from the committee? Okay. EPA, any clarifying questions?
Sydney Nguyen for US EPA, no clarifying questions.
Okay. Thank you. With that, we will move on to charge question 17A III. And there's an introductory. I'll give you a few minutes for the introductory material to read that. Okay, EPA, if you would read that into the record, the direct charge.
Sydney Nguyen for US EPA, reading for charge question 17A.III. Please comment on the strengths and characterization of uncertainties underlying the potential selection of this study as an alternative for inhalation POD identification for the acute and/or intermediate duration.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Osmowitz.
Okay, I just want to take a minute too and recognize my co-discussants who have been invaluable in this process. We've been doing an awful lot of work offline as well, and just want to thank them for the work, and also thank EPA for the work they did in putting together not just the documents, which are huge, but the charge questions. They're very clear and very thoughtful, so I want to make sure I get that into the record as well. Okay, with regard to AIII, well, a significant strength of NICHCA is that it has the same exposure concentration, only 2 doses, which is a bit of a limitation, 10 and 40 ppm, as the NCI chronic inhalation study completed also in the late 70s. NICHCA was published in 81. And it also includes a lower concentration, 3 ppm. Now, as nasal tumors were observed in the NCI study, the NICHCA study provides important insight to the cancer bioassay as well as intermediate data. Moreover, a 5-day time point was included that might provide a conservative acute safety value given the repeat exposure. Those are definitely pluses. Limitations is the reversibility of the respiratory effect. Now, the reversibility doesn't mean an effect is not adverse, especially if it's something that's in response to repeated injury. However, it affects the relative severity and persistence of the endpoint when compared to something like fetal loss or structural developmental effects. So it's a different nature of effect entirely. But again, we see many positives with the study. As far as recommendations, we think you should calculate an updated human equivalent concentration for that NICHCA study, taking into account the RGDRs for each region and appropriate duration adjustments. Describe the persistence, reversibility, and epithelial lesions more precisely, and clarify whether lesion resolution occurred during continued exposure after cessation of exposure or both. And one strength we have in our group, one of our lead co-discussants is Dr. James Cloning, who's a pathologist, and really throughout all of our discussions has provided some perspective that certainly was new to me on considering some of the pathological aspects. So I'll leave it at that, and then we'll maybe more details in our final report.
Okay, thank you. And I'll turn to your associate discussants to see if they want to weigh in. Dr. Ryer Powder.
Nope, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Dorson.
Yeah, just Dr. Osmowitz did another good job here in a series of difficult questions. And again, EPA putting out some really good questions. Just one slight enhancement with the Nishti et al. 1981 study. I got the impression from reading the EPA document, and perhaps I got it wrong, that there was assigned or thought to be a few number of animals to this particular study, when in fact we have 40 male and 20 female rats per used, and they were, and 3 different doses and time sacrifices. So it looks to be a very well done study with the number of animals and the time sacrifices 3 different times. And if I missed that in the EPA's document, I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Baranko.
Nothing to add.
Okay, Dr. Thompson.
Yeah, I think this response addresses the previous question from EPA that this is another candidate study. So this, looking at the effects in this study as well as the short study, do the correct duration adjustments and the RGDR approaches, and from there you can determine which of these effects might be most health protective.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Haber.
Yes, just adding to what Dr. Thompson just said, that I think this was applied appropriately in the assessment, if I recall correctly, but part of applying the RGDR adjustment and of course updating that as appropriate is so for the duration adjustment, noting that this adjustment does apply to the Nitschke study since it's a systemic toxicity study, but duration adjustments are not typically done for developmental toxicity studies for either the developmental or maternal endpoints. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Klonik.
I have nothing to add.
Excuse me. With that, I will go to the rest of the committee. Okay, not seeing any hands up. EPA, are there any clarifying questions?
Sydney Nguyen for US EPA. We'd like to ask Dr. Klonig to provide some insight on the pathology on the record now, if possible.
Okay. Dr. Klonig?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't hear that.
Sydney Nguyen for EPA. Dr. Klonig, if possible, could you please provide some insight on the pathology now for this reference on the record?
The pathology of the tumors? The pathology of...
Sydney Nguyen for US EPA. Dr. Osmowitz had provided comments associated with the pathology, and we were hoping that you would be able to expand on that.
I think he was talking, and Tom, you need to jump in. I think you were talking more about the general pathology of this compound and its effects. Am I correct?
Yeah, you are. That's right.
So not the specific paper that we're dealing with.
Yes.
Okay.
That will come up, I think, in one of the sections.
Yeah, this is gonna come back when we talk about tumor sites and tumor genesis and so on, I think.
And I think Dr. Klonig can go into more detail when we get to that point, but yeah.
It sounds like maybe we need to get through. Do you think this is a part of all the questions for 17, or will this come up? It looks like maybe it'll come up in 18, where we get to the cancer bioassays. Is that?
I think that's a good assessment, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
18, yeah, 17D1 might have a little bit about it, but yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like these comments will come up with further questions. Can we hold till we complete 18 and see if all of this has been covered and if we need anything clarified? And I'm asking EPA this.
Sydney Nguyen for US EPA, yes, thank you. No other further clarifying questions from us.
Okay, thank you. Right, so we will move to, let me make sure where we are. Looks like 17B. Again, here is some introductory material. I'll wait a few minutes or moments. Okay, okay, EPA, if you would read the direct charge to the committee into the record.
Sydney Nguyen for US EPA, reading on charge question 17B. Please comment on the strengths and characterization of uncertainties underlying selection of the dermal non-cancer POD based on testicular atrophy from Short et al. 1979 for use in route-to-route extrapolation with the TBBPA model.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Osmitz.
Okay. This again is a challenging question, and we have what will be in the final report, I've drafted some paragraphs that go into a little bit more detail. It's a reasonable basis for, a reasonable thing to use short for consideration and with regard to intermediate duration dermal point of departure using the rat PBPK model. Some uncertainties relate to the fact that the reproductive effects were observed only at the highest concentration, 89 ppm, and were also associated with substantial systemic toxicity. And I think something that wasn't available, those weren't even apparent until you had about 21% of the males died at that concentration after 10 weeks of exposure. And that I don't know that was on the table. So if you can make sure that's indicated, a high death rate on there. And that does make us more concerned certainly about mortality, but whether that is what's associated or what's causing the other effects that we're interested in is a secondary question. Also, no reproductive effects were noticed at 39, mentioned that. And with regard to recommendations, we'd like you to discuss more explicitly the influence of the systemic toxicity at 89 ppm and whether the observed reproductive effects are considered primary or secondary as well as the general toxicity or a combination of both. And we mentioned that in one of the earlier questions as well. Better characterize the dose response uncertainty by discussing both the apparent 39 ppm NOAC and the 89 ppm LOAC and their implications for the POD. Clarify the rationale for selecting short study beyond its compatibility with the model for rat model, including whether approaches retaining the mouse developmental endpoint were considered. Provide additional justification of the PBPK internal dose metric to represent testicular toxicity or acknowledge the uncertainty associated with using hepatic metabolism, total hepatic metabolism as a surrogate for an extrahepatic endpoint. Compare the PBPK reproductive POD with developmental POD using the default route-to-route extrapolation approach to help evaluate whether sensitive developmental life stages remain adequately protected. And then clearly distinguish between the study's ability to do intermediate duration dermal extrapolation and its more uncertain application to acute dermal exposure. So basically, it's about going into more details about some of the limitations and the uncertainties, some of which we identified. And again, some of this I think we could be able to flesh out a little bit more in our final recommendations. But to give you an idea of what our major concerns are regarding that application, that's what they are.
Okay, thank you. Again, go to your associate discussants, Dr. Ryer Powder.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure the uncertainty that reproductive toxicity can be highly sensitive to internal dose timing and metabolite formation. So a POD based on male gonadal effects may not translate as robustly as a more general systemic endpoint if the dermal exposure profile differs substantially from inhalation.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Dorson?
No further comments. Good job, Dr. Osmus.
Okay, Dr. Baranko?
Nothing to add.
Okay. Dr. Thompson?
Yeah, I think my comment here is that I do question using the testicular lesions at a concentration where a significant number of the animals were dying, especially when there was no indication of the same histopathology at the two lower concentrations. And so I think EPA should further consider that.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Haber?
Nothing to add.
Okay, and Dr. Klonick?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else from the committee? Seeing no hands, EPA, are there any clarifying questions?
Sydney Wen for US EPA. Could you please clarify about the utility of this exposure for acute exposure?
Anyone from our group like to chime in on that? Dr. Dorson?
I guess.
Or Jonathan?
Go ahead, Mike.
Well, again, if you've got longer term studies that are matching a toxic endpoint and you're going to extrapolate the shorter term at the same value, it's likely to be conservative. Now, that's not true of all endpoints, but that's generally true. So, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just going to add to that I think the study could potentially be used. I'm just not sure that the testicular effects are the correct effect in the study. And at the moment, I don't remember what other effects might have been present in the study.
Okay. Anyone else from that group? Anyone else from the committee want to add to this discussion and response to this question? Dr. Nguyen, does this address your question?
Sydney Wen for US EPA. No further comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we are at charge question 17C. I'll give everyone a moment to read this introductory material. Okay, if you would please read the charge for 17CI into the record.
Sydney Wen for charge question 17, 17C.I. Please comment on the strengths and characterization of the uncertainties underlying selection of the non-cancer POD associated with portal of entry gastrointestinal effects, including its appropriateness for this route, oral, and for acute and intermediate durations. Please include comments on whether it is appropriate to use a short-term study that to also derive an acute oral POD. In addition, please include in your comments a consideration of the study quality and appropriateness of using effects in this rat for stomach for human health risk assessment.
Okay, Dr. Osmond.
Okay, well, we had a good discussion about this one as well. And the idea of using the Ghana-IM study for intermediate oral POD, that is less of a concern, but certainly for an acute oral POD, we are more concerned. And we would think that would be something as a last resort. Several reasons. One is a 2-week study you're using for acute value. It's a gavage study, which is not typical exposure. And three, we can go into significant detail here as well. The tissue in question is of questionable relevance. Of course, humans do not have a forestomach. And what you're doing is you're giving a bolus dose of something that can be potentially irritant to an area that would receive repeated insult over 2 weeks. So the fact that we see some kinds of an effects there is not necessarily surprising. And, it doesn't seem that we would think that would be at least quantitatively extrapolatable to humans. At least there's a lot of uncertainty. Now, the lesions can be viewed as evidence that EDB can cause portal of entry gastrointestinal toxicity and some irritation possibly, but not definitely any kind of homolog to a human gastric endpoint. So again, as we said, these kind of lesions reflect cumulative injury and not regenerative responses that don't occur after a single administration. And it's difficult for us to determine from that study whether exposure at 80 milligrams per kilogram per day will produce epithelial proliferation or hyperkeratosis, whether repeated injury is required or whether a different acute endpoint is more important. So with regard to recommendations, it would be to retain the Gaia Ana Anyam study as a principal study for deriving intermediate oral PODs because it's the most appropriate repeat oral study available. And again, it's not perfect given that endpoint, but also clearly distinguish the intermediate and acute applications of the study. And I think we think EPA should explicitly state that the study supports intermediate duration POD, whereas application at acute is highly protective extrapolation in the absence of any kind of single dose data. Expand the discussion of the benchmark dose modeling, including candidate models evaluated, model selection rationale, confidence intervals, and sensitivity analysis. Provide a more balanced and in-depth discussion of the rat forestomach by distinguishing hazard identification from quantitative human extrapolation. And that should acknowledge the forestomach is not analogous to anything anatomically present in the human stomach, and explaining why the findings remain informative nonetheless for evaluating portal of entry GI toxicity. Clarify the basis for epithelial proliferation hyperkeratosis as being adverse, including the relationship to tissue injury and progression to more advanced chronic lesions. Discuss the limitations of bolus gavage dosing and explain how formulation, local concentrations, contact time, and exposure pattern can influence extrapolation to human oral exposures, which we acknowledge are very different. And then finally, consider presenting the available single-dose oral gastrointestinal and hepatic studies as supporting evidence for acute hazard characterization, even though they're not selected as the basis for the POD. That's our summary.
Okay. Dr. Ryer-Powder, anything to add?
Oh, that was a great summary. Thank you.
Dr. Dorson?
Yeah, just one thing to add. Again, this is always a difficult issue when you have, organs and rodents that don't match people organs. So an addition or an alternative that EPA could consider is they're using the Short et al. Study and extrapolating to a dermal route of exposure. I mean, potentially, that's kind of stated. You could also use a Short et al. Study and extrapolate to an oral route of exposure. So that's another alternative. And, EPA can consider that and maybe even compare the two. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Baranko?
Nothing to add.
Okay. Dr. Thompson?
Nothing to add.
Dr. Haber?
Yeah, just to add that the committee did consider the arguments about mode of action and relevance of the forestomach lesions that were made in the assessment. And one thing that was of particular concern was the fact that this was gavage dosing and direct contact. So that's part of the overall consider additionally that Dr. Smith noted.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Klonig?
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else from the committee? Okay. EPA, any clarifying questions?
Sydney Nguyen for US EPA. No further clarifications at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we will move to charge question 17CII. Just a moment for introductory material. Okay, Dr. Nguyen, if you would read the direct charge to the committee into the record.
EPA reading for charge question C.II. Please comment on the strengths and characterization of uncertainties underlying the selection of the study as a potential alternative for POD selection for the acute and/or intermediate duration.
Thank you. Dr. Osmitz.
Okay, thank you. Well, our group does not recommend replacing the Ghana-EM study with the short study as a basis for either the acute or intermediate. And the primary limitation is a short study, the selected endpoint, the reduced hepatic non-protein self-hydro concentration is a good mechanistic biomarker, but not an established adverse effect. So although it provides evidence of early biochemical changes following a single exposure, it does not provide adequate basis for quantitative dose response assessment or a POD derivation. And the data really aren't presented in a way that would be suitable for risk assessment. There's not mean standard deviation or the kind of details you'd want to be able to do that. The principal strength of the short study is it's single exposure and true single oral exposure. And that's something that's a positive. But again, back to the fact that given the role of GSH and non-protein self-hydrels in metabolism, it's not surprising you see some change in that endpoint, but it's really evidence of biological activity, which is, again, to be expected rather than a demonstration of toxicity. So recommendations retain Ghana-IM as the principal basis for intermediate oral POD because it evaluates repeated exposure and identifies adverse histological effects rather than biochemical changes alone. Don't substitute short as the primary basis for either acute or intermediate oral POD. Again, I think the non-protein self-hydro concentration is an important biomarker, but not has been established as an adverse endpoint for quantitative risk assessment. And then finally, integrate broader acute hepatic database by discussing studies demonstrated GSH depletion, clinical chemistry changes, hepatocellular injury, and regenerative responses, rather than relying on a single mechanistic study. So we view those data as being valuable as, again, evidence, biomarker of biochemical changes we'd expect to happen, but it really is what happens downstream from there that could possibly result in toxicity.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Ryer-Powder?
Yes, I just wanted to add that another uncertainty associated with this study is there were only 2 doses with a wide range between the dose limits. There was a single dose of 10 or 100 milligrams per kilogram.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Dorson?
Yeah, just to make a distinction between short 1979, which is the oral study we're talking about, and the short 1978, which was an inhalation study that we talked about before. So it can get confusing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Borenko?
Nothing to add.
Okay, Dr. Thompson?
Nothing to add.
Dr. Haber?
Nothing to add.
Okay, Dr. Klonig?
The only comment I have to make is that these changes are result of metabolism, and so I look at these as adaptive changes and not toxic changes.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else from the committee? Okay. Dr. Nguyen, any clarifying questions from EPA?
Sydney Nguyen for US EPA. No further clarifying questions at this time. Thank you.
All right. Okay, let's move to, let's see, let me make sure I'm right. 17D, thank you. Some introductory material. Okay, we could read the direct charge into the record. It would be 17DI.
Sydney Nguyen for US EPA. Reading for question 17D.I. Please comment on the strengths and characterization of uncertainties underlying selection of a POD based on central lobular liver necrosis reported by NTP 1982 in rats for assessing non-cancer risk from chronic inhalation exposures to ethylene dibromide. Please include in your comments a consideration of the study quality for NTP 1982.
Thank you for reading that into the record. And again, I will turn it over to Dr. Osmitz.
Okay. Our group generally considered the NTP 1982 study, chronic inhalation by acid, to provide a reasonable basis for consideration in driving chronic non-cancer inhalation PODs for ethylene bromide. Nevertheless, we had some, the selected endpoint is clearly an adverse systemic lesion, and the liver is a biologically plausible target organ because it's the principal site of metabolism and metabolic activation. We also noted hepatic toxicity is supported by findings from oral studies and acute human poisoning reports, providing additional coherence across exposure routes. Some uncertainties were identified regarding the numerical POD. The principal limitation is that the 10 ppm was the lowest concentration tested, and adverse liver effects were already present at that concentration, hence we don't have a NOAC. And benchmark concentration modeling is necessary to take it below that. Because only 2 concentrations are available, the concentration response relationship below 10 ppm is not well characterized, and the derived BMCL is influenced by model assumptions. Several of our reviewers suggested that the EPA present the underlying lesion incidences, severity grades, benchmark comparisons, and rationale for a model for more model selection to more completely improve transparency. They also noted the influence of mortality and different exposure durations among treatment groups. High-dose animals, not surprisingly, experienced substantial mortality and shorter durations than controls. Several reviewers noticed that the EPA recommended the EPA clarify the pathology regarding the selected endpoint. The assessment refers to central lobular liver necrosis, but additional information regarding definition, severity, incidence, sex-specific findings, diagnostic criteria would improve confidence in the benchmark analysis. Part of this is again, this is a rather old study, which doesn't mean it's not valid, but some of these criteria have changed. So specific recommendations, again, there's some more detail we'll have in a report about what I just elaborated on, mentioned above. Here's things that could improve the strengthen the assessment. Clarify the apparent discrepancy between the HEC human equivalent concentration presented in the charge question and the value reported in the draft assessment, and consistently present the final human equivalent concentration associated benchmarks. Present the incidence, severity, sex-specific occurrence of CLN, together with the benchmark concentration modeling results, model comparisons, and rationale for selection of the final model. Describe how the differential mortality and differing exposure durations were considered in evaluating liver pathology and deriving the benchmark concentration. Clarify the pathologic definition and diagnostic criteria for the selected liver lesion, identify the data set used for benchmark modeling. Discuss the assumptions underlying the default inhalation dosimetric adjustment, including associated uncertainties relating to the exposure rate effects and potentially nonlinear PK or TK. Explicitly characterize principal uncertainties as affecting the quantitative precision of the chronic POD rather than the biological relevance of the liver necrosis as the critical endpoint. So I think just to sum up, more detail about what you presented, and again, some of this with regard to the pathology and some of the study report does relate to the limitations of the studies that were conducted in 1980s. Again, doesn't invalidate them, but it makes it more difficult, I think, for our group, especially to provide the kind of insight that you're asking for with regard to the central liver necrosis. Okay.
Right. Thank you. Dr. Ryer Powder.
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Right. Dr. Dorson.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Baranko.
Nothing to add.
Dr. Thompson.
Nothing to add.
Okay. Dr. Haber.
Nothing to add.
Okay. Dr. Klonig.
Yes, I think this brings up the point, and Dr. Dorson has mentioned this numerous times about possibly getting the EPA to go and find the slides and get a new read on these slides from this study. I'm sure they're available, and that would add to it if they're going to use the central lobular necrosis, because we don't have any pathology on this and just very general descriptions. So I think to actually use this as a indicator of toxicity other than what the descriptions are in the chronic study descriptions, I think you would need to go back and look at the pathology in more detail.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else from the committee? Okay. Any clarifying questions from EPA?
Sydney Nguyen for US EPA. No clarifying questions at this time. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to charge question 17D II. A few moments for everyone to read the background material. Okay, Dr. Nguyen, if you would read the direct charge into the record.
Sydney Nguyen for US EPA, reading for question 17D.II. Please comment on the strengths and characterization of uncertainties relevant to these epidemiology studies, Schrader et al. 1988, Ratcliffe et al. 1987, and Schrader et al. 1987, as a potential alternative for deriving a POD.
Thank you. And Dr. Osmitz, back to you.
Thank you. Well, we generally consider the NIOSH epidemiology studies to be useful and in providing important evidence. There's no question about that. They're valuable because they look at human populations, they measured occupational exposure, and address biologically relevant endpoints, especially in the reproductive area like sperm count, motility, viability, and morphology. And they provide biologically consistent observations consistent with the reproductive toxicity reported in some experimental animal studies. So that certainly increases the overall weight of male reproductive effects, and that's a plus. We had some weaknesses we identified. I'll get to those in a minute. Other strengths include breathing zone monitoring, which is a plus as opposed to broad workplace measurements. Workers had several years of exposure, and comparison populations were occupationally rather than generally based, reducing some sort of bias. And they made the studies more valuable and provide direct evidence reproductive effects could occur in human populations. At the same time, that we identified limitations, especially as it relates to quantitative risk assessment. The principal limitation is the absence of an exposure-response relationship suitable for benchmark dose or POD derivation. And that's not uncommon in these kinds of studies. Most comparisons were made between exposed and unexposed workers rather than across multiple quantitative exposure categories. Consequently, the reported average workplace exposure cannot be interpreted as a NOAC, LOAC, or other quantitative threshold. In addition, the use of a TWA concentration instead of peak or identifying the POD may not accurately characterize exposure characterizations needed to see an effect and really to do quantitative assessment. But overall, we generally view these studies as providing important human evidence supporting hazard identification and the biological relevance of male reproductive toxicity, but recognize substantial uncertainty regarding their suitability for a quantitative POD. Some additional areas that might strengthen the assessment. One, more fully acknowledge the value of the NIOSH studies as a human evidence supporting male reproductive toxicity associated with EDB exposure, so hazard. Two, explain more explicitly why the available epidemiology data were considered insufficient for quantitative dose response under EPA's framework, particularly with respect to the absence of exposure-response relationship for BMD. Discuss the difference between EPA's evaluation and the approach used by California OEHA for deriving a REL from the PAPAIA worker study, including scientific considerations underlying differing conclusions. 4, clarify the influence of mixed inhalation and dermal exposure, limited exposure stratification, modest sample sizes, and potential confounding on interpretation of these findings. And 5, continue to consider epidemiology studies as important supporting evidence within the overall weight of evidence evaluation, even if you don't select them as the primary basis for quantitative dose response assessment. So we do think these are valuable. They have limitations, but as part of the overall picture and assessment, we think they're important. Back to you, Dr. Gentry.
All right, thank you. Thank you. We'll go to your associate discussants. Dr. Ryer Powder.
I have nothing to add.
Okay, Dr. Dorson.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Barranco.
Nothing to add.
Dr. Thompson.
Nothing to add.
Dr. Haber.
I'm not sure if this was some.
Sydney Nguyen for US EPA, reading for charge question 17D.III. Please comment on the strengths and characterization of the uncertainties underlying the relevance of the selected inhalation chronic non-cancer POD for the use of estimating a dermal chronic non-cancer POD using the default and PBPK approaches, including the appropriateness of this route, dermal, and duration chronic.
Thank you for reading that into the record. And again, back to Dr. Osmond. You're quite a champion today. Thank you for all your hard work.
No, you're very welcome. The hard work really was by by associate discussants. My challenge and also my huge learning opportunity was to learn from such good experts that have experience not just in the science but the application of it. That was really makes a huge difference. The default approach has advantages. It's transparent, straightforward, and reproducible, and it can provide a useful screening level assessment when direct chronic dermal toxicity are unavailable. However, it assumes external dose producing equivalent systemic dose will produce the same hepatic response as inhalation exposure. And that is uncertain because the absorption rate between those two routes is different. Peak blood concentration, duration of exposure, vehicle effects, dose depletion, and balance between oxidative and GSH dependent metabolism, it can vary. We viewed generally the PBPK approach as being potentially stronger, can account for more explicitly differences in route-specific absorption, systemic absorption, dermal loading, exposure contact duration, et cetera, all the things which PBPK can be tuned to do. And we realized it's having the model and having boxes and lines between them and equations is one thing, and having the kind of data you need to parameterize the model is a challenge. And of course, the PBPK model derived POD for dermal in particular depends on the dermal absorption parameters, representation of evaporation and finite loading, vehicle effects, extrapolation across species, and the assumption that the internal dose metric is causally related to liver necrosis. Now, the model can improve dosimetric precision, but it does not undo the uncertainty regarding concentration response in the NTP study, or establish that the equivalent modeled liver doses from inhalation and dermal exposure necessarily produce the same biological responses. The dermal exposure could produce a slower and more prolonged systemic profile than inhalation exposure, likely does. Excuse me. And that's one source of difference. And depending on the liver, whether liver injury is driven by peak concentration, Cmax, or by AUC, area under the curve, rate of metabolic activation, or repeated cytotoxic injury, these are uncertain aspects that all would impact the ability of the PBPK to actually predict biologically or toxicologically what could result. So things which could strengthen your assessment clearly distinguish the uncertainties inherited from the NTP 1982 inhalation study from those introduced by route-to-route extrapolation. And some of those are just inherent in trying to do that. Explain the assumptions underlying the default approach, particularly regarding equivalence of systemic dose and hepatic response across inhalation and dermal exposure. 3, provide sufficient information on dermal absorption, evaporation, vehicle effects, finite dose depletion, exposed skin area, and contact duration to allow evaluation of the PBPK-derived dermal POD. 4, justify the PBPK internal dose metric, specifically in relation to central lobular necrosis, and discuss whether its Pmax, AUC, or time-integrated liver dose is most biologically relevant. Compare the default and PBPK-derived dermal PODs and explain whether the differences arise from route-specific dosimetry, differing assumptions about absorption, or other inputs in the model, which would affect those different outputs. Describe the resulting values as modeled systemic equivalent dermal doses, rather than directly observed dermal toxicity thresholds. 7, acknowledge PBPK modeling can refine route-to-route extrapolation, but it cannot compensate for limitations in underlying chronic inhalation in the chronic inhalation dose-response dataset, meaning the NTP study. So again, we think it's a useful tool to help shed insight and help better understand what could have been happening in the NTP study and also make some predictions. But it's most important to acknowledge the limitations and flesh those more out in the document.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you. And we'll go to the associate discussants, Dr. Ryer Powder.
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Dorson,
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Dr. Baranko,
Nothing to add.
Dr. Thompson,
Nothing to add.
Dr. Haber,
Nothing to add.
Dr. Klonig.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else from the committee?
Sydney Nguyen from US EPA. We would like to clarify whether there is just kidding, never mind. There are no clarifying questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to 17E, the introductory material. Okay, Dr. Nguyen, please read the charge into the record for 17EI.
Sydney Nguyen for US EPA, reading for charge question 17E.I. Please comment on the strengths and characterization of uncertainties underlying selection of the critical hepatic and co-critical adrenal and reproductive effects in male rats reported by NCI 1978B for assessing non-cancer risk from chronic oral exposures to ethylene dibromide. Please include in your comments a consideration of the study quality for NCI 1978B.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Offmitz.
Sure, thank you. One comment just up front, one of our co-discussants, and again, we have a lot of very careful co-discussants, pointed out that the adrenal cortex effects are non-monotonic, and there was a high background incidence, as well as there was a high background incidence of testicular atrophy. So they really don't need to be viewed as co-critical effects, and liver necrosis seems to be a reasonable chronic endpoint. With regard to the study, NCI 1978B, It remains the strongest available study for looking at chronic oral non-contact toxicity. It looked at multiple organ systems, which wasn't necessarily as common in 1978 as it has become, following prolonged oral exposure, and include comprehensive histopath evaluation. It identified severe systemic toxicity in the liver, adrenal cortex, and testes. The hepatic lesions that were selected are appropriate critical effects because they clearly are and unequivocally are adverse tissue injury. The liver is also a plausible target organ given the metabolic activation we know that occurs there through oxidative and GSH-dependent pathways. And the observation follows both oral and inhalation toxicity that furthers the confidence that the liver is really the relevant target organ. The panel also agrees benchmark dose modeling is preferred to reliance on the LOAEL because it's supported by adequate data and provides a more robust data set for POD determination. Some limitations from the design and conduct of the NCI bioassay, and EPA, we believe, appropriately assigned a medium quality data rating because the reported changes in the dose regimen were required after excessive mortality in the high dose group. High dose group was interrupted, resumed at a low dose, interrupted again, and then terminated prior to the planned end of the study. So the reported doses really are time-weighted averages rather than true stable administered doses rather. And that definitely affects and directly affects dose response assessment. The resulting TWAs provide limited dose separation between dose levels. Excessive mortalities and differing treatment durations complicate the interpretation by influencing cumulative exposure, survival, and opportunity for regeneration and lesion development. And as a result, the study is considerably stronger for identifying chronic hazards rather than really defining the shape of the dose response curve. The benchmark dose modeling introduces additional uncertainty. It appears that the EPA modeled a combined hepatic endpoint consisting of peliosis hepatis, and focal liver necrosis. Although that may seem reasonable, and Dr. Klonig may have some comments on that, combining the lesion incidences explicitly assumes minimal overlap between lesions in individual animals and requires justification beyond achieving a monotonic dose response. EPA should explain why these lesions were combined rather than modeled individually or in combination with other hepatic lesions, and clearly identify the endpoint that generated the BMDL. Overall recommendations retain this as a principal study for deriving the chronic oral POD, strongest available evidence of chronic toxicity. 2, characterize the confidence as moderate, which we agree with. It's medium quality, and there's uncertainty, especially regarding the interrupted doses, the mortality, the relatively limited dose separation, and then the benchmark dose modeling. Explain the benchmark dose modeling discussion more clearly by identifying the endpoint model. Explain the biorationale or the rationale for combining the lesions, as I mentioned above. Documenting the lesion incidences used for modeling. Present candidate models, model selection criteria, goodness of fit stats, confidence intervals, and sensitivity analyses. Kind of all the standard things you'd want to know when being able to compare which model might be more appropriate, or at least understanding what went into each model. Clearly distinguish modeled critical effects from supporting co-critical findings. I mentioned that above with regard to the hepatic lesions, provide the qualitative basis for POD, cortical degeneration, testicular atrophy, help the overall hazard identification, but don't validate the liver-derived BMDL. And EPA should avoid implying that male specificity alone diminishes the toxicological importance of testicular atrophy. Emphasize the study is stronger for hazard identification for precise dose response assessment and reflect this in the characterization of overall confidence. So again, a lot of positives to the study. Some of the things which happened were not surprising, given the way some of the studies were conducted and what people were learning in the 70s and 80s about conducting these studies. Still has a lot of value, especially from a hazard standpoint. But again, when it comes to the modeling and that, more explicit descriptions of what actually was done and the reasons for the choices you made would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Ryer-Powder.
I have nothing to add. That was great. Thank you very much.
All right, Dr. Dorson.
It's a good summary. I just want to add a couple little tweaks here. And we made this comment before. When we're doing benchmark dose modeling, we can't be any more precise in our derived values than the incoming data. I know the model's put out 9 digits of precision, but we can teach the model to give us only the appropriate level of precision. And the second thing, and this applies more generally, I think, throughout the benchmark dose modeling, the 3 primary criteria are p-value, of course, that's kind of a right, residuals, which is, the distance that the model is from the data point. Remember, the data rules, the model's just a tool. And the last one is visual fit. And so EPA needs to think about these 3 things, and then they can get into other criteria. So, EPA just thinking about that, reporting that would be always good. But, and again, a good summary. And I agree with what Dr. Osmus said.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Baranko.
Nothing to add.
Okay, Dr. Thompson.
Nothing to add.
Dr. Haber.
Nothing to add.
Okay, Dr. Klonick.
I just want to make a comment. I think the hepatocellular changes, central lobular changes are well documented. We don't have pathology, but we have well documented in the report, the NCI report. One question I have, and maybe Dr. Osment might want to clarify this for me. When we're modeling the liver changes, are we including just the hepatocellular changes, the necrosis, or are we also including the pileosis, which is basically a different type of toxicity, a different pathology where you get these blood-filled cavities in the liver? Were they combining that? You did mention something about combining the liver lesions, or maybe I misunderstood that.
Yeah, and I may have misunderstood it as well. But it might be worth getting EPA's view of that if they can get back to us on that, because I think the point you're making is very important to keep those separate. Could we ask EPA to confirm that? I don't have the document in front of me.
Sydney Wen for US EPA. We will get back to you with that information soon.
Great, thanks very much.
Right. All right. Anybody else from the committee? Dr. Burgoon.
Thank you. I just wanted to add on to what Dr. Dorson was saying. This is Lyle Burgoon from SACC, sorry. Specifically, when you're doing a validation, Mike, Dr. Dorson listed some really good steps. I think one that is missing from that is a best practice that we use in mathematical modeling today, is to rerun the model to see if you actually can, if the model can generate the values that were in your data set. So the residuals are nice, they tell you how far the model is, from what actually went in. But what we tend to see is that even with models that have really nice, good, quote unquote, fits, sometimes the model is fit such that it cannot actually generate the input values at all. And so this is a new technique that has been around probably for the past 4 or 5 years in the Bayesian statistical community. And in the mathematical biology community, it's been around for about 20 years that we've been doing it. But I haven't seen this come into BMDS practices. And I think it's a good sanity check. And so that I would just recommend that in addition to what Dr. Dorson said.
Thank you. Anybody else from the committee? Okay. Any clarifying questions from EPA?
Sydney Wen for US EPA. No clarifying questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to charge question 17EII. I think that's where we are. Or are we on F?
I believe we're on F.
Okay.
FI. Oh, no. Have we finished that? Let's see.
I think maybe we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this one we covered.
Yes.
Unless I missed something.
There we go.
So here we go. Yes, we need a little bit of time to read this question.
Hey, this is Karen Eisrank, EPA. We actually did not cover 17 EII.
That's what I thought, but
Yeah, I
let's
thought
go
that
back.
too. Yeah, I thought that too. I wasn't so sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you so much.
About that.
So a moment to cover this, read this introductory material.
And let me get my answer up here.
Okay, Dr. Nguyen, if you'd, I guess it's Dr. Nguyen again. Would you read the charge to the committee into the record?
Sydney Nguyen for EPA. Reading charge question 17E.II. Please comment on the strengths and characterization of uncertainties underlying selection of the selected oral chronic non-cancer POD for the use in estimating a dermal chronic non-cancer POD using the default and PBPK approaches, including the appropriateness for this route, dermal, and duration chronic.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Osmitz.
Dr. Gentry, I don't see that on my SharePoint, so if I can, maybe if I can find that over the lunch break and get back to that one. It's not appearing up here. I know we talked about it. That's why I wasn't sure it was there. Okay. Will do. Thank you.
So we will plan to circle back to probably after lunch.
Thank you. Sorry for that.
Okay. Okay, let's go to 17F. And again, a moment to read the introductory material. Okay, move on to question 17FI. Are there still more? Excuse me, still more introductory materials. Okay. If you would read charge question 17FI into the record.
Sydney Nguyen for EPA, reading charge question 17F.I. Please comment on the extent to which the approach described by NRC 2001 should be applied to ethylene dibromide based on its MOA, and if a UFH of 3 would be more appropriate than a UFH of 10. The MOA and non-cancer PODs are summarized in sections 2.4.5 and 2.3 of the draft hazard assessment for ethylene dibromide, US EPA 2026E, respectively.
Okay, thank you for reading that into the record. And again to Dr. Osmitz.
Yes, we generally support the application of the default interspecies uncertainty factor of 10 for ethylene dibromide. The available evidence does not demonstrate sufficiently limited human TK or toxicokinetic or toxicodynamic variability to justify reducing the factor to 3. Accordingly, the criteria from NRC 2001 for reducing that are not fully met. The PBPK modeling provides valuable information on the internal dosimetry and toxicokinetic variability, but does not fully address toxicodynamic variability, including differences in DNA repair, cell responses, cis-susceptibility, compensatory responses, in other words, the elements of toxicodynamics. Use of the PBPK model to estimate human TK variability would require Monte Carlo simulation modeling to reflect the variability in the various parameters and the physiological and metabolic parameters. We think that's a very useful exercise, and trying to adapt this to the human is a good opportunity to improve the risk assessment, but having distributions for those parameters is essential so you can do the MC modeling. In addition, the available human database is insufficient to support the development of a chemical-specific data-derived extrapolation factor. Okay, with regard to recommendations, retain the default UF for humans of 10 unless chemical-specific quantitative data may become available to characterize TK or TD dynamic variability. Explain why the NRC criteria for reducing the 3 are not satisfied for EDB. Clarify which components of human variability are addressed by the PBPK model and which remain outside of its scope. And 4, present the rationale for the uncertainty factor consistently across all non-cancer endpoints of departure and exposure durations. 5, discuss database uncertainty from the interspecies uncertainty factor. This should be based on consideration of data gaps, if present, and how they relate to the confidence of the critical, that you have identified the critical effect, when it comes to the actual modeling. And finally, use a LOAEL to NOAEL uncertainty factor of 10 for reproductive and developmental effects, unless the argument can be made or is being made that the endpoint is of minimal severity, so the POD is close to the NOAEL, LOAEL threshold. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you. Dr. Ryer-Powder.
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Dorson.
Okay, so I'm just going to add a little bit here, and it's really congratulate EPA on thinking about this and giving it the citations. This is an important area that's EPA's investigated over 30 years, and their 2014 guidelines are excellent in this regard. If the critical effect, and with ethylene dibromide, we have multiple effects to pick from. If the critical effect is the site of the point of entry contact, then we have, or it's irritation, then we have the basis, of reducing this tenfold factor. That's fine. EPA knows that, and Dr. Osmus, talked about that. That's fine. But one thing that we need to just remember is that when we use these tenfold factors, this tenfold human variation, a lot of people will push back and say, well, humans are more variable than 10, and indeed that's the case. When you use these tenfold factors, we apply them to the low end of the distribution of human effects. In other words, the NOEL. We don't take the most resistant person or group and divide by 10. We take the, down in the low end of the regard. So that tenfold factor really does cover more of the human distribution. Regardless, if you've got chemical specific data and you can step away from these defaults, that's the way to go. And I really thank Tom for saying this, especially with ethylene dibromide, but congratulate the EPA people for bringing this into the record, because it's really an important improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Baranko.
I have nothing to add.
Okay, Dr. Thompson.
Nothing to add to that. Thanks.
Okay, Dr. Haber.
Nothing to add.
Okay, Dr. Klonig.
Nothing to add.
Okay. Anybody else from the committee? Okay. Any clarifying questions from EPA?
Sydney Nguyen for US EPA. We have no clarifying questions for this 17F.I, but I would like to go back to the question that we had received for 17E.I. I can confirm that EPA did combine liver peliosis and liver necrosis in our assessment.
Okay. So I think that was your question, Dr. Klonig. Anything else we need to add around that or respond to that?
Well, there are two different pathologies, so I guess the question is, are we talking liver pathology when we model it, or are we talking a specific central lobular necrosis versus peliosis, which is a different pathology entirely? So I think that needs to be. I think the EPA in the document needs to clarify what they did and also why they did it that way. Does that sound good to the rest of the committee?
Yeah, I think that makes sense, especially if when you combine them, you're not distinguishing between different animals. So you had both pathologies in the same animal. That time, I think it would confound it quite a bit.
Right, I would agree with you, Dr. Klonick.
Yeah,
It should be clarified at the very least.
I agree as well. That makes sense.
Okay. All right, anybody else? Okay. Does this address those clarifying questions? I know we're going back and forth, but does EPA have anything else on the current charge question? Any clarifying questions?
Sydney Wynn for US EPA. No further clarifying questions, and thank you to the committee for sticking around for a particularly long series of questions.
Okay, so I'm looking at my agenda and I think we're through with 17. Please, Allie, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, it looks like you are. Yes. Mhm.
Okay, so we will move to 18.
I thought there was 19 next on the agenda.
Oh, you're right. You're right. We need to go to 19 next. Okay, and there's some more introductory material for 19A. Okay, if we could read the direct charge to the committee into the record.
Good morning, Johnny Corrales, EPA, bringing into the record question 19A. Please comment on the strengths and characterization of uncertainties related to the PBK model structure, parameterization, underlying biological assumptions, routes of exposure descriptions, appropriateness of selection of those metrics, and EPA's approach to evaluating model uncertainty and confidence as presented in the draft hazard assessment for ethylene dibromide US EPA 2026E and draft ethanol dibromide PBPK model reporting document US EPA 2026H.
Okay, thank you. And again, back to Dr. Arsemitz.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for that question. 19A. We generally agree that EPA's PBPK model represents a scientifically sound and significant advancement over default external dose-based extrapolation. Dr. Dorson mentioned that, I mentioned it earlier, and I think you'll hear that throughout when you bring up PBPK. Not perfect, it requires a lot more data, but it provides tremendous amount of insight. In this case, the model is building on the published work by Hissink and the framework by incorporating PBPK or physiologically based mass balance modeling together with various NAMs, new approach methodologies, the in vitro metabolism, the IVIV, in vitro to vivo extrapolation, and silico estimation. And we think that's a real plus. Now, the confidence in the model varies a little bit depending on exposure routes. Oral and inhalation components are supported by substantially more empirical data than the dermal component, which relies more on QSAR-derived permeability estimates and evaporation parameters because of the limited availability of EDB specific dermal kinetic data. So the confidence is definitely going to be higher in the estimates, human dose equivalents estimated by oral inhalation than for dermal. We generally support that use of this for refined risk assessments, but concludes additional transparency regarding model evaluation and uncertainty would strengthen the confidence in its application of regulatory issues. EPA should more clearly distinguish structural uncertainty, parameter uncertainty, biological variability, exposure scenario uncertainty, and uncertainty associated with extrapolation from in vitro systems to humans. Greater transparency regarding parameters, which were experimentally measured versus those estimated, would also improve the interpretation of the overall model response. Specific recommendations, in addition to what I just mentioned, is increase the transparency of model parameterization by identifying which ones are measured, IVIVE derived, QSAR derived, based on other assumptions. Again, and along with this then flows into expand the sensitivity and uncertainty analysis, include global sensitivity analysis, probabilistic uncertainty analysis, in addition to local sensitivity analysis. Again, I think one of the things that we're trying to emphasize is we like the idea of models, but we want to have some idea of how precise they are, what the variability is. And the sensitivity analysis is something I think we all feel is very important. If you're estimating parameters and a parameter may vary by a factor of 0.25 or 0.5, does that make a big difference in the output? The more of that type of thing we have, you'll certainly please people like myself and the other people on the committee. Provide a just justification for the dermal model, particularly the evaporation and permeability components, including a reassessment of the evidence supporting the Deacon et al. Evaporation model and characterization of the uncertainty associated with the predictions. And finally, recognize, and here's the word again, uncertainty associated with the dermal model by presenting default and PBPK-derived estimates in parallel until additional validation increases confidence in dermal application. So some of what we're commenting on here is very specific to this EDB, but also reflects our confidence and our support for the increased use of PBPK models. And part of that is incumbent on the agency, I think, to compare the uncertainty when you do PBPK-derived estimates versus defaults. How different are they really? Does it improve? Does it make the estimate less or greater? Seeing those comparisons is real helpful as we work through figuring out how to use these and adapt it for regulatory purposes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go to your associate discussants, Dr. Shin.
I have nothing to add.
Okay. Dr. Thompson.
Nothing to add.
Okay, Dr. Burgoon.
I just have one tiny thing to add, which is I would recommend that EPA be very careful about the use of the word validation when they talk about their PBPK models. Typically, what they have is a trained model, not a validated model. Validation has a very specific meaning, and so EPA should be very careful about that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Tansel.
Nothing to add.
Okay, Dr. Lee.
Nothing to add. Wonderful job.
Thank you. And Dr. Haber.
I would just add, so wonderful summary, particularly about the uncertainties and the sensitivity analysis. I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly, that you are endorsing the use of sensitivity analysis. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'd like to add is that I think this was the only assessment of the various ones we saw using PBPK models that did include a sensitivity analysis. So kudos to the author of this assessment. I don't think that the responses on PBPK models, well, I don't remember whether the comments on the other PBPK models recommended sensitivity analyses, but I would personally add that as one of the recommendations.
Dr. Gentry, if I could, thank you very much, Dr. Haber. Dr. Gentry, if I could add one thing. Dr. Burgoon, would there be a reference you could provide in the reference list that talks about and defines better the term validation? I think you made a very important point. I use that word a lot, and maybe it really means evaluate, not even necessarily validate. If there's some regulatory or scientific references, that could be helpful.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me to do that. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'll just throw into the mix, and Dr. Burgoon, you can correct me if you have a different opinion, but typically what I consider validation of a model is you simulate a data set outside of what you've used to develop the model. So typically in PBPK modeling, that's how we use the term validation. So if that hasn't been done, that's a step that needs to be done that increases your confidence in the model.
That's exactly right.
And that gets difficult with human data, of course. I mean, we did publish a paper coming out where we've had some human biomonitoring data following administration of defined doses of a chemical. So that was very unusual. But often that you don't have that where you know what the actual dose was administered. So you do kind of rely on that IV-IVE approach. But anything, so thanks for adding that, Dr. Gentry.
Well, and I think you're right. We typically don't have that for the human, but most times we do for the animal. So it's giving you more confidence in what you're doing before you extrapolate to the human.
Yep. Thank you.
Dr. Haber?
Yeah, what I've been told is that the term verification is often used instead of validation to address the concerns that Dr. Burgoon raised. So that might be a possibility. I don't know if that's consistent with your experience, Dr. Gentry.
Well, I've worked with Kluel and Anderson, who started all of this, and they typically use the term validation. That's what I've been educated on. So it may have changed. Things have evolved, but that's typically the term I've used in publications. Anybody else from the committee?
Dr. Gentry, there's three, EPA, WHO, and the EU have weighed in on what some quantitative things. Maybe you've seen this guidance where if you're evaluating the model to see how well it predicts, if you're within a factor of 2 or 3 of what, let's say, you have from biomonitoring, that's viewed as being appropriate. Maybe I could submit those papers too, or those documents.
Okay. Yeah, that's consistent with what I've used and applied over the years.
By a factor of 2 to 3.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Burgoon?
Yeah, I just wanted to address, sorry, Lyle Burgoon, SACC. I wanted to address the verification thing. So generally speaking, especially in the government, we have something called V and V. That's verification and validation. Verification is where we go through the code and we basically do a code review to make sure that the software code actually works the way we say it does. So for a PBPK model, this would be, I'm saying that I have a 5-compartment model. Okay, yep, I got a 5-compartment model. I'm saying that these are my different absorption rates. Okay, yep, those are there. That's the verification. And then validation is, like you said, Dr. Gentry, you're using an external data set to now say, yep, this is exactly what it should be, or nope, it isn't, and we got to go back to the drawing board.
Thank you. Anybody else from the committee? Any clarifying questions from the EPA?
Sorry for the delay. This is Karen Eisenreich, EPA. We do have a question, but I'm waiting with my colleagues to help translate that so we can get that to you. So we're going to need just a minute.
Okay, that's fine. We can wait a moment or two.
Hi, this is Karen Eisenreich, EPA. Apologize for the delay. And in fact, the next question is going to cover, so we're going to hold to see if we actually need a clarification question after the next charge.
Okay, all right. So that would be We'll start with the introductory material for 19B. And take a moment to read this material. Okay, with that, let's move to charge question 19BI and get that read into the record, please.
Lorna Corrales, CPA, reading into the record question 19BI. Please comment on the new dermal submodel, specifically the extent to which it adequately represents dynamic dermal uptake, i.e., concurrent evaporation from the skin surface and permeation through the skin into systemic circulation, linking to the subsequent toxicokinetic processes, distribution, metabolism, and excretion. Thank you.
Thank you for reading that into the record. And back to Dr. Osmond.
Okay, thank you very much. We generally agree that EPA's dynamic subdermal or dermal submodel is conceptually appropriate and is a meaningful advancement over traditional static fractional absorption approaches. And especially in the case of something like EDB, where you have both evaporation and dermal penetration as competing processes. This is more realistic than assuming complete absorption or applying a fixed absorption fraction that's independent of dose, duration, and loading. Provides a mechanistic link between external dermal exposure and biologically relevant internal dose by incorporating finite dosing, time-dependent absorption, systemic distribution, route-specific metabolism, exposure duration, and spacing between exposure events. The principal limitation is a simplified one-compartment representation of skin, which doesn't necessarily, or doesn't explicitly, I should say, account for multiple skin layers, regional differences in permeability, which are well known, skin hydration, occlusion, vehicle effects, skin condition, or potentially relevant local metabolism and or tissue binding. Now, they're not necessarily, these simplifications that you've had to do, not necessarily inappropriate for regulatory modeling, but we have to say that the confidence in the prediction depends on the adequacy of the permeability and evaporation parameters that drive the model, and certainly the things I mentioned affect permeability. Overall, we conclude the dynamic dermal submodel is scientifically preferable to static absorption assumptions because it's more realistically represents what happens in the competing processes where you have volatile chemicals. Confidence depends upon additional documentation and evaluation of permeability and evaporation components and clearer characterization of associated uncertainties, some of which I mentioned above. So recommendations, retain the dynamic finite dose conceptual framework, which provides a more biologically realistic representation of dermal exposure than fixed fractional absorption approaches. 2, provide additional documentation of the dermal submodel, including treatment of surface film depletion through both evaporation and absorption, as well as assumptions regarding film thickness, exposed area, vehicle effects, hydration, occlusion, and integrity, all of which are factors that vary between people in different work populations or consumer populations, etc. 3, evaluate the importance of omitted biological processes, including local skin metabolism, if there's information on that, and tissue binding, and discuss whether their exclusion, those considerations, could materially influence predicted systemic uptake. 4, strengthen characterization of model uncertainty, providing uncertainty bounds for time-dependent dermal flux and cumulative absorption. And by conducting sensitivity analysis, there's those words again, I think they're increasingly important when it comes to modeling and giving the uncertainties we mentioned here. Conducting sensitivity analyses for the parameters that most strongly influence dermal predictions. 5, provide additional justification for the evaporation and permeability components, including discussion of their empirical basis, prediction uncertainty, and applicability to EDB, particularly when direct dermal kinetic data are unavailable, which is often the case. Clearly distinguish conceptual validity from empirical validation, and avoid describing the subdermal model as if it's fully validated, we're using the validated word, for quantitative regulatory application, unless it's supported by independent experimental data. So I think some of the themes you heard here do go back to the first question. And as Dr. Haber mentioned, and I can't stress enough, the idea of dealing with uncertainty analysis and sensitivity analysis is really important. I know many of the people I deal with, when they look at regulatory documents, they'll see a deterministic number sometimes and not knowing, well, how do we improve upon a certain assessment? Can we do this? Can we reduce the amount applied? Can we change application intervals depending on what the material is? Sensitivity analysis is real important, not just to express the regulatory output, but also for people, whether it's in industries or consumers or NGOs, and understanding what could actually materially affect the risk that was calculated. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to your associate discussants, Dr. Shin.
Nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Thompson?
Nothing to add.
Okay, Dr. Burgoon?
Nothing further.
Okay, Dr. Tansel?
Nothing to add.
Okay, Dr. Lee?
Nothing to add.
And Dr. Haber?
Nothing to add.
Okay, anybody else from the committee? Okay, seeing no hands, I'll go back to the EPA for any clarifying questions.
Johnny Corrales, EPA, no clarifying questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next we have charge question 19BII. And we will read that directly into the record.
Johnny Corrales, EPA, reading into the record question 19BII. Please comment on the adequacy of QSAR-based dermal submodeling and on how model confidence was evaluated given these constraints. Please include in your comments a comparison of the strengths and uncertainties in the default DEVL approach and PBPK model approach to dermal absorption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And back to Dr. Orszewicz.
Okay. Well, we generally agree that use of QSAR to determine dermal permeability and evaporation is reasonable when chemical-specific dermal kinetic data are unavailable. For EDB, the selected QSAR models fall within their stated applicability domains, which is good, and provide a more scientifically supported basis for estimated dermal absorption than assuming an arbitrary fixed absorption factor, which is never the preferred option when possible. We also agree that the default DEVL and PBPK approaches are conceptually consistent. They both recognize a finite liquid deposit on the skin is depleted by simultaneous factors of evaporation and penetration. For EDB, the permeability coefficients using the Tenberg-Berge relationship, IH skin perm, and the Potts-Guy relationship, PBPK, are very similar, suggesting differences between the approach arises primarily from model complexity rather than substantially from their different estimates of permeability. The committee concludes that neither approach should be viewed as universally superior. Rather, confidence depends in each on the underlying input data, particularly evaporation and permeability estimates that drive the dermal uptake. Most committee members consider the PBPK approach scientifically preferable when its inputs are adequately supported, whereas the default DEVL approach provides an appropriate benchmark because of its transparency, relatively limited dependence on uncertain physiological parameters. So it's definitely a balance. One committee member expressed a more fundamental concern regarding the evaporation component of the PBPK model, concluding that the Deacon evaporation model had not been sufficiently validated for regulatory applications. The reviewer therefore questioned both the PBPK dermal estimates and the human equivalent doses derived from them. Although it was not shared by the majority of the committee, it represents a scientifically credible uncertainty EPA should acknowledge. Recommendations continue to present both DEVL and PBPK estimates in parallel, clearly explaining that they're complementary approaches that differ in complexity, biological data, and intended application. 2, provide a more complete characterization of QSAR uncertainty, including applicability domain analyses, prediction uncertainty, and the empirical basis for evaporation and permeability relationships used in the PBPK model. 3, clarify the evaluation status of the Deacon evaporation model, distinguishing calibration, verification, we got the V words coming here, validation, and any independent or cross-validation efforts. And I appreciate Dr. Dragoon's explanation of how his community views verification. Compare alternative permeability and evaporation models, including Pottsky, Tenberg, and other applicable models, and evaluate the sensitivity of PBPK predictions to these alternative parameter estimates. Sensitivity analysis, again, is coming up. Conduct uncertainty and sensitivity analysis, demonstrating the influence of evaporation and permeability parameters on predicted dermal absorption and PBPK-derived human equivalent doses. Present PBPK-derived estimates as refined model-dependent estimates while retaining the DEVL calculations as transparent benchmark estimates until a greater confidence is established in the dermal PBPK inputs. And I think we all recognize we're kind of at a transition. It may be a long transition and a slow one at times. But between the defaults and using some of the new approach methodologies that feed into some of the models, but we think while we're in this transition phase and while we have such important molecules as EDB we're dealing with, it makes sense to present both of those, which allow to compare the relative outputs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Osmitz. Let's go to your associate discussants, Dr. Shin.
Nothing to add.
Okay. Dr. Thompson.
Nothing to add.
Okay. Dr. Burgoon.
Nothing further.
Okay. Dr. Tansel.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Dr. Lee.
Thank you so much. Excellent job. I just want to add a very small point, additional point for clarification. So I just want to emphasize that the committee's conclusion that the default DEVL and the PPK models are conceptually consistent, it can just be limited to this specific chemical, EDB, and this doesn't mean we endorse the use of them together in other chemicals. The reason is the DEVL model used a fractional absorption from a model that is IH skin perm model. And actually that model estimated the skin permeability using a Tenberg relationship. At the same time, the PPK model calculated skin permeability coefficient from a Pottsky relationship. So that means we are comparing these two relationships together. So for chemicals with a log KOW between 0 and 4, these two relationships actually can give you almost identical results. This is the case for the EDB because the log KOW of this chemical is around 2. But if you go more hydrophobic, and these two relationships can give you totally different results. And the Pottsky relationship will give a permeability almost orders of magnitude higher than the other one. So that's why we should limit this conclusion just to this specific chemical. And this doesn't mean we endorse the use of these two models interchangeably in the future for other chemicals. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Haber.
I have nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else from the committee? Okay, seeing no hands. EPA, are there any clarifying questions?
Johnny Corrales, EPA, we do not have any clarifying questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, I think with that, we're going to break for lunch for an hour, especially to give Dr. Osmitz a break. I think he has the questions for the rest of the day.
Hear, hear.
Excuse me?
I was just agreeing with you. Hear, hear.
Oh, okay. So I guess we'll take an hour break if we can set the timer, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Munir to take us into lunch.
Yes. Hello, everybody. I had a tough time getting my camera on, and that's Ms. Munir, but thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. All right. All right, everybody. So we'll go ahead and adjourn for lunch. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. I hope everybody had a good lunch. Again, I'm Allison Jenkins, the co-lead for this meeting. So first, we're going to start off by taking the roll. Dr. Gentry?
Good afternoon. I'm here. Thank you.
Good. Dr. Apte?
Present.
Dr. Baker?
I'm here.
Good. Dr. Baranko?
I'm here.
Good. Dr. Burgoon?
Hey now, I'm here.
Good. Dr. Chen?
Here.
Dr. Dorson?
Top of the day to you. I'm here.
You too. Thanks. Let's see, Dr. Fong?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Mr. Garvey?
Present.
Dr. Lee?
Good afternoon. Here.
Good afternoon. Dr. Ryer Powder?
I am, oops, I am here.
Good. Thank you. Dr. Stommel? Dr. Stommel?
Maybe she's not back from lunch yet, but
She's
she
not
was,
back.
yeah, she's supposed
Okay.
to be here this afternoon. Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Shin?
I'm here.
Good. Dr. Tansel?
Good afternoon. Here.
Good afternoon. Dr. Thompson?
I'm here.
Mr. Wright?
I'm here.
Good. Dr. Haber?
I am here.
Good. Dr. Klonig?
I'm here.
Dr. Niemeyer?
I'm here.
Good. And Dr. Osmitz?
I am here.
Good. Since you will be starting off. So what we're going to do this afternoon is we're going to finish up with charge question 19. I think we're starting with 19C. Then we're going to go to 18, then 20, and then 4, hopefully. So I wanted to give everybody a heads up on the order of the charge questions this afternoon. And so I think we're going to start back with charge question 19C, and it's on the screen. I'm going to remind people to read the unbolded text that's on the screen now. It's also in the agenda for the meeting and also in the docket. And then after a minute or so, the bolded text, the bolded charge will be read into the record.
Good afternoon, Johnny Corrales, CPA, bringing to the record question 19CI. Please provide input on how EPA incorporated information about dermal exposures, i.e. formulation percentage, duration, frequency, and spacing of individual events, into generation of TBBPA route-to-route extrapolated HETs, specifically recognizing uncertainties in exposure assumptions. Additionally, please comment on how assumptions regarding vehicle volumes can be incorporated into exposure and hazard assessments. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now we'll go to our lead discussant, Dr. Osmitz.
Thank you very much. And there'll be a theme here that you've heard repeatedly, and that's when, in the lack of definitive information and when you're doing different formulations, volumes, et cetera, you hear about uncertainty analysis and sensitivity analysis. We agree that you have to incorporate scenario-specific information, including formulation, concentration, application volume, exposure duration, frequency, event spacing, VO characteristics into the PBK simulations in order to get human equivalent doses. And these are complicated because they can vary substantially from time to time, and time-dependent dermal absorption and internal dose measurements are the proper inputs for refined route-to-route extrapolation. We think that the vehicle volume should be treated as explicit exposure variable rather than simply a unit conversion factor. At a constant concentration and exposed surface area, increasing the applied volume increases the surface reservoir for evaporation and permeation, potentially prolonging dermal uptake even when the initial absorption flux remains similar. We go into a little bit more detail in our detailed comments on some of that, but the specific recommendations, building off of what I just started with, is we recommend that, one, you treat vehicle volume or film thickness as explicit variables in all modeled scenarios, clearly document the concentration, vehicle identity, applied volume, exposed area, exposure duration, frequency, and spacing between application events to derive a dermal HED. Two, present central tendency and upper bound exposure scenarios to characterize the range of plausible exposures under actual conditions of use and document where those conditions of use and what they're based on. Three, sensitivity analysis. Conduct sensitivity analysis, evaluating the influence of vehicle volume, film thickness, exposed area, exposure duration, evaporation conditions, and other influential exposure variables on the predicted HEDs. And it's also important to clearly distinguish the uncertainty associated with the exposure characterization, and that's the things I just mentioned, as opposed to uncertainty associated with the PBK model, allowing readers and the regulated community to better understand the relative contribution of each source of uncertainty. 5, present PBPK-derived dermal HEDs as scenario-dependent estimates rather than intrinsic chemical constants, and provide appropriate default or bounding estimates where exposure information is limited. And finally, document the empirical basis for exposure assumptions, including whether measured workplace, consumer exposure data assumptions, et cetera, is that whatever you're using to support the assumptions regarding vehicle volume, contact, and exposure duration. So the basic theme here is all things are fine and all things are allowed if you document where it's coming from, and especially if you take a look at how the different assumptions affect the output. That's a sensitivity analysis. So you'll hear this theme throughout many of these cases. Again, we applaud the agency for taking this on. It's a difficult thing to do in the absence of empirical knowledge, but it's the right way to move toward more sophisticated risk assessments. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the associate discussants for charge question 19C1. First, Dr. Thompson, do you have anything to add?
Sorry, no, not at this time.
Dr. Burgoon?
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Dr. Tansel?
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Dr. Lee?
Nothing to add.
And Dr. Haber?
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the next charge question, which is 19C.
EPA questions?
Wait. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes. Let's go to the rest of the committee, and then we'll go to EPA. I'm sorry. Does anybody else from the committee have anything to add? I'm so focused on the next question. I'm sorry. Does anybody else have anything to add? I don't see anything. We'll go to EPA now to get any clarifying questions.
Johnny Corrales, CPA. At this time, EPA has no clarifying questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll go to 19C II. If the bolded text could be put on the screen, it is, and then read the charge into the record. Thank you.
Johnny Corrales, reading into the record question 19C II. Please provide a comparison of the strengths and characterization of uncertainties underlying development of the HEDs derived from the default approach and refined HEDs derived using the PBPK model approach.
Okay, thank you for the question. We agree that both the default and PBPK-derived human equivalent doses are scientifically appropriate for looking at dermal risk. Now, we look at them really as being complementary as opposed to opposing this or that. Default HEDs provide transparent, reproducible screening level assessments that are consistent with established risk assessment practice and rely on relatively few chemical-specific assumptions. In contrast, PBPK HEDs incorporate route-specific TK, toxicokinetics, mechanistically relevant internal dose metrics, and scenario-specific exposure conditions, providing a more biologically refined basis for route-to-route extrapolation when the model is adequately supported. And that's the key point, is adequately supported. The strength of the default approach is its simplicity and transparency, but of course it relies on generic scaling assumptions and doesn't count for route-specific absorption, dermal loading, or spacing between events. PBPK addresses many of these limitations by representing ADME, internal dosimetry, and internal dosimetry. The use of GSH transferase-mediated metabolism as the dose metric is also consistent with the proposed mutagenic mode of action. Now, they're, of course, dependent on greater dependence on model structure, parameter estimates, QSAR-derived dermal inputs, exposure assessments, and selected internal dose metrics. Most committee members consider PBPK-derived HEDs scientifically preferable for refined risk assessment, providing the underlying model has been adequately evaluated. At the same time, the committee emphasizes greater biological realism should not be interpreted as greater certainty. Confidence in the PBPK HEDs remain dependent on the quality of the model structure, parameterization, and exposure inputs. Now, one reviewer noted...
Just very quickly, Dr. Osmowitz, can you please turn your video on?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
The nonverbal part is also a part of the communication, no doubt about it. Sorry about that. One reviewer identified apparent inconsistency between dermal fraction absorption values reported in different portions of the assessment. We'll put that in our written comments too and flag that. One committee member maintained that PBPK-derived dermal HEDs should not be used for regulatory decision-making until concerns regarding the evaporation model and overall, which we talked about earlier, and overall dermal model validation is resolved. While this wasn't shared by the majority of the committee, it's a significantly credible uncertainty that EPA should address explicitly. Okay, some specific recommendations. One, present default and PBPK HEDs in parallel. Again, the idea throughout our themes is if there's two different ways, quote unquote, competing or even complementing, it's nice to have an easy way to compare the two and see what each one is telling us because they each have value. But a lot of the value comes from how they're related to each other and how you look at the picture overall. So the idea of presenting them in parallel, clearly explaining the default approach, that the default approach provides screening level estimates, where the PBPK approach provides refined biologically based estimates. To reconcile these reported dermal fractional numbers, which are different, one is 1.16, 1.6 is the other percent. And the basis, if you look at that, you'll see that there's something that needs to be resolved. 3, quantify the influence of key model assumptions by conducting uncertainty and sensitivity analysis for the QSAR-derived parameters, dermal parameters, metabolic parameters, exposure assumptions, and the selected internal dose metric. 4, clearly state the PBPK HEDs are conditional on model structure, parameterization, internal dose metric, exposure scenario, rather than representing intrinsic chemical specific constants. That, I think many of the people familiar with this field, and certainly probably some of the folks from EPA on the phone realize that. But in the interest of transparency and people that aren't as familiar with it, I think it's important. We think it's important to acknowledge that. Similarly, avoid implying that these PBPK-derived estimates are inherently more certain than default estimates, and describe the circumstances under which each may be more appropriate. And that goes back again to the quality of the inputs and also the sensitivity analysis. Finally, retain default HED.
Dr. Haber, do you have anything to add? We'll come back. I'll ask again. Does any member of the committee have anything else to add on charge question 19 CII? Seeing none, we'll go to EPA now to see if there are any clarifying questions about this charge question.
Donna Corrales, CPA. At this time, we do not have any clarifying questions. Thank you.
And I'm going to go back and see if Dr. Haber is with us, if she has any additional questions on 19 CII.
Thank you, and I'm sorry. I think I'm overwhelming my computer, but I have nothing to add.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. After 19, we're going to go to 18. And sticking with ethylene dibromide, if charge question 18 could be placed on the screen. And if folks could read this for a minute or so. Again, this is in the agenda and also in the docket.
I'm so sorry, Jonna Corrales, CPA. We do have a clarifying, well, it's more of a statement than a question. Could Dr. Osmo repeat his last recommendation to the previous charge question? Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, what was the
Dr.
question?
Osmetz,
Yeah.
she wanted to repeat the last recommendation in charge question.
Let me just get
19.
that here. I just changed screens. So that would be 19 CII, I think, right? Let me just.
Jonna Corrales, CPA. Sorry about that. We are asking a few more specifics on what the committee means by validation, additional validation.
Yeah. I'll turn it to some of my co-discussants on that. Perhaps Dr. Dragoon, maybe, or any of the other folks that are close to that. What would you like to see regarding additional validation for the model?
Yeah, so generally speaking, we consider validation to be external validation. So validation using data that wasn't also used to build or train the model, if at all possible. Otherwise, I would just avoid using the word validation.
Is that clear? EPA, does that clear what when we say validation, if it's possible to do that, I think Dr. Godoon defined that very simply. If you aren't able to do that, I think he's suggesting we won't use the word saying the model is validated. Dr. Dragoon, is there a better word you would use? You explained verification very well, I think. Sometimes I've heard people say evaluated, those types of things. How would you describe it if it hasn't been externally validated? What would you say about your model?
Usually at that point, if it's been verified, we just say it's verified.
Okay. And that's truly a code verification. It's doing what it's supposed to do, but doesn't say how well it's doing it.
That's correct.
Okay, that's important. EPA, is that helpful?
Is that clear?
Go ahead, Dr. Gentry.
Morales, yes. The EPA does not have any additional questions. It is clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Dr.
I was
Gentry?
just going to add to Dr. Burgoon's statement that you can say the model is unvalidated. I mean, it's okay to say that. If it's not, you don't have the data to do it, but that helps characterize the uncertainty in what you're doing.
Good, thanks for adding that.
Thank you. Does anybody else have anything to add on this additional discussion? Seeing none, I guess we'll move on to charge question 18 now. And again, we'll leave this on the screen for a minute or so for folks to read, and then EPA will read the bolded charge into the record.
Donna Corrales, EPA, reading into the record question 18A. Please comment on EPA's evaluation of the laboratory animal data in section 2.4. Please include in your comments a consideration of the quality of the studies relied upon for the oral cancer bioassay, NCI 1978B, the inhalation cancer bioassay, NTP 1982, and the dermal cancer study, Van Duren et al. 1979. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to Dr. Osowitz again for this.
Sure. Thank you very much. I'll go a little more detail on each of these. Let's start with the NTP 1982. That's probably the strongest study in the database, and as you know, it received a high quality rating, demonstrates carcinogenic responses in rats and mice of both sexes, tumors occurring at multiple portal of entry and systemic sites. Most important, statistically significant tumor responses at the lower concentration, indicating that the overall conclusion does not only depend on the highest, close to the maximum tolerated dose exposure group. That's important. Although early mortality and reduced body weight occurred at the highest concentration, survival-adjusted analyses and consistent positive responses across species, sexes, and tissues support the study's use. 1978B, oral gavage, it's important evidence.
Dr. Osowitz, you kind of froze and there were some words missing. Can you go back to like maybe a couple of sentences earlier so that way we can capture everything? Thank you.
Sure. Sorry about that. Don't know why it's happening, but let's go back to NTP. Importantly, several statistically significant tumor responses occurred at lower concentration, indicating the overall conclusion does not depend on a maximal tolerated dose because it occurred at the lower levels. That's important. Although early mortality and reduced body weight occurred at the highest concentration, survival-adjusted analyses and consistent positive findings across species, sexes, and tissues supports the study's use for hazard ID. Okay. NCI 1978B, oral gavage, also provides important evidence of carcinogenicity following oral exposure, but it's less robust for quantitative evaluation. Excessive mortality, interruptions in treatments, and again, we've talked about this kind of thing before, not uncommon in studies of that era, differing treatment durations, limited effective dose separation, non-monotonic tumor responses, all of that reduces the confidence in the dose response characterization. Now, it doesn't diminish the value for hazard identification, but it justifies EPA's medium quality rating and should be recognized when interpreting quantitative cancer potency estimates. Van Duren, 1979, dermal study. Limited evidence that repeated dermal application can produce tumors, including respiratory tumors that are not present at the portal of entry, which is an interesting effect. However, substantial uncertainties, including uncontrolled evaporative loss of the highly volatile compound EDB, unknown retained dermal dose, use of only female mice, limited pathological evaluation, which we understand was not uncommon at that era either, small group sizes, and evaluation of only 2 dose levels prevent reliable quantitative interpretation. We support that for hazard ID, but not estimation of dermal potency. So recommendations. Consistently distinguish the quality of the principal bioassays, recognizing NTP as high quality, and NCI as medium, and Van Duren as supporting, but really uninformative regarding quantitative assessment. Clarify the role of each study and overall weight of evidence, and evidence emphasizing that inhalation and oral studies provide the principal basis for hazard ID, whereas the dermal study is only supportive. Provide additional discussions of the implications of the study limitations, particularly the effects of mortality, treatment interruptions, dose separation, NCI study, and uncertainty regarding delivered dose in Van Duren. All again, just pointing out the limitations which let it resulted in its lower rating as far as quality. Then finally, clearly distinguish uncertainties affecting hazard identification from those affecting quantitative cancer dose response assessment. So limitations influencing cancer potency are not interpreted as undermining the overall evidence of carcinogenicity, but just limited in their overall utility and certainly with regard to quantitative risk assessment. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to the associate discussants on this question, charge question 18A. First, Dr. Thompson.
Yes, I have a couple comments and then sort of a recommendation, I guess. We're going to talk later about the sort of the details of the of the benchmark dose modeling. And also we'll hear from Dr. Klonig about some of the tumor information. But the thing I want to commend the EPA on here is that in the oral study, there were lots of tumor responses, and you've concluded a mutagenic mode of action in the earlier section where you indicate that mode of action is applicable to basically the forestomach and the nasal tumors, and I think also maybe the lung. But when we look at all of the tumor information in table 2-12, a lot of it appears to be metastatic, and I think EPA, you seem to have refrained from trying to do MS combo or anything related to including these other tumor sites, probably because there is uncertainty about whether they are direct results from exposure or rather secondary to the forestomach tumors. And so I just want to commend EPA for the approach there. I think that was it for the moment.
Thank you. Dr. Apte?
All my comments were included. Thank you.
Dr. Dorson?
Yes, Dr. Osmets did a fantastic job and a yeoman's job because he's been presenting all day. I have nothing to add. Congratulations, Tom.
Dr. Baranko?
I have nothing to add.
Thanks. Dr. Klonig?
Let me ask Tom a question. Tom, does my discussion of the pathology fit here, or should I wait to another question?
Well, actually, I think, and Dr. Haber weigh in this too, Dr. Dawes, I think B and a couple of the B things may bring that up a little bit more.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I have
It's
nothing to add to today, this
very
session.
important discussion, though.
Okay.
Dr. Haber?
I have nothing to add, and I look forward to Dr. Klonig's additions when we get to that appropriate point.
I see Dr. Thompson has his hand up.
Yeah, sorry. The thing I forgot to mention at that point in the follow up on my comment about the ultimate selection of the primary tumors, mainly being presumably driven by the forestomach tumors, is that I didn't actually see discussion around in that section 2.4 that made it clear to the reader that that might be, and I guess at this point still sort of speculating, why those other tumor sites weren't modeled, and you focused on the primary tumors, probably because they're related to the forestomach tumors. I think if that is part of your rationale, it needs to be more explicitly stated when you're faced with table 212 in a litany of tumor responses. It would be nice to clarify the rationale behind the selection of the primary tumors. Thanks.
Thank you. Now I'm going to open this up to other members of the committee if there's anything else to add or any other discussion. Seeing none, I'll go to EPA to see if they have any clarifying questions on 18A.
Johnny Corrales, EPA. At this time, we do not have any clarifying questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're going to move to charge question 18B.
Johnny Corrales, EPA, bringing to the record question 18B. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of EPA's preliminary cancer classification for ethylene dibromo. Thank you.
And I'll go back to Dr. Osmitz for this one too.
Sure. Well, the committee generally agrees with the classification, likely to be carcinogenic in humans. And that's in light of the guidance given in the guidelines for carcinogen risk assessment from 2005 from EPA. Available evidence shows carcinogenic activity, multiple tissue sites, rats and mice, both sexes, oral inhalation exposure. There's good mechanistic evidence, including activation, DNA addict formation, mutagenicity, further strengthens the biological plausibility of carcinogenicity. It's a classic case in many ways. Now, the principal uncertainty in the overall assessment really relates to the limited human epidemiological evidence. EPA appropriately concluded that the available occupational studies are insufficient to establish carcinogenicity in humans because of limited exposure characteristic, small populations, inconsistent findings, and we agree with that. Now, although that's limiting the direct human evidence, it doesn't diminish the strength of the experimental animal data, tumor data, and also the mechanistic data. So that we would agree with. Within the animal database, the primary uncertainty concerns the NCI oral bioassay, where there was a lot of mortality, treatment interruptions, various dose schedules, again, not unheard of in that era of studies. Additional uncertainty concerns the contributions of mutagenicity and cytotoxicity associated with regenerative proliferation to tumor formation. Although the evidence supports mutagenicity as a principal mode of action underlying cancer classification, further evaluation of cytotoxicity would strengthen the MOA, including whether the data are sufficient to support the bipartite classification, meaning carcinogenic at levels which do not cause X. It's good to have some more data, and that would really be cytotoxicity data showing a threshold. Other uncertainties include the high dose mortality, et cetera, et cetera. But as far as recommendations, we recommend distinguishing the uncertainties affecting hazard identification from those affecting quantitative cancer risk. It's a little bit building off the last question too. I don't think anyone's questioning the qualitative aspect of the cancer hazard, but many of the limitations of the studies influence the cancer potency estimates and therefore the quantitative cancer assessments. To describe principal cancer bioassays consistent with EPA's systematic review, recognize NTP 1982 as a high quality study, NCI 78B as medium, rather referring to both of them as high quality cancer assays, which I think had happened in one of your documents. 3, clarify the contribution of the dermal study by emphasizing it provides supportive evidence for a cancer hazard classification, but not suitable for quantitative dose response assessment because of the uncertainties in the delivered dose. 4, develop the MOA discussion by evaluating the potential contribution of cytotoxicity, inflammation, and regenerative proliferation to tumor formation. And again, going back to the framework from 2005 for carcinogen risk assessment, some of that is in there, as well as in the more recently evolved Bradford Hill criteria. And determine whether the enhanced evaluation of the alternative MOA supports any modification to the classification approach. And finally, distinguish uncertainties affecting the qualitative hazard identification from those affecting quantitative dose response assessment throughout the cancer assessment to improve transparency and avoid conflating separate aspects of the evaluation. Again, a theme that's in many of our comments, it really is just making things a little bit more clear as far as where the hazard piece and the data supporting that and the data supporting and to the extent that can support quantitative assessment begins. So again, basically in agreement with what your approach is, make things a bit more clear, and be sure to make a distinguishing between things that affect the quantitative aspects and the qualitative aspects of the assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the associate discussants, same on B as in A. Dr. Thompson.
I have nothing further to add.
Dr. Apte.
Yeah, all my comments were considered. Just quickly, the forced stomach tumor relevance idea that has been talked about before also applies, I think, to this part of the charge question, and that brings in a little bit of an uncertainty, but otherwise everything was covered.
Thank you. Dr. Dorson.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Dr. Baranko.
Nothing to add.
Dr. Klonik.
Well, I have some things to add. In looking over these studies, and I'm going to refer mainly to the table 2-11 in the EPA document and 2-12, I think. 2-11 comments on the bioassay by inhalation, 1982 NTP, and 2-12 is the oral NCI 1978 gavage study. Part of the problems I'm having, and I think others too, are these tables, and also the data that's presented in the tables. What we have here with this compound when I look at it, it's relatively simple. If you expose by oral gavage, the first tissue target that is seen is the forestomach, and you get a large number of forestomach squamous cell lesions. Squamous cell carcinomas are described here, and it's very, very high level, 45 out of 50 animals, 33 out of 50, and almost zero in the controls. And so the first place that the compound sees induced the forestomach tumors. And there's been a number of papers produced, including one by Dr. Thompson, talking about the forestomach tumor and the relevance of those forestomach tumors to human risk. The human does not have a forestomach, only the rodents do. And so these are squamous cell carcinomas. When we go into the inhalation study, table 2-11, there, as would be expected, the nasal cavity seems to be the highest. So the first place that the compound is interacting with, the first target, the first tissue that the compound is interacting, gives us the highest number of tumors. Now, there's also some hemangiosarcomas with the inhalation study. There's some liquid tumors, meaning leukemias, that have been reported. That can be all looked at further, but the main target is the naval cavity, and very high levels, 41 out of 50, 39 out of 50, and the controls are 0 out of 50. And so that it makes sense then, depending upon the route of exposure, the first tissue that sees the compound is the one that responds as far as the carcinogenicity. So I have some recommendations on these tables, because I think they're a little bit confusing. Number one is I've never seen tables that talk about total animals with primary tumors, these are total animals in the entire study. I've always seen, I think what the agency needs to do is concentrate specifically on each tumor type. Okay, the mode of action, mechanism of action by which spleen hemangiosarcomas is produced is not the same as where the nasal cavity tumors are produced. So these things have to be addressed separately. And I would argue that you redo the table, list the primary tumors, list the significance of these primary tumors, and not worry about the metastasis at this point. Now I'm gonna talk about the metastasis in a couple of seconds. And then talking about total number of animals in the study with primary tumors, benign tumors, malignant tumors, etc. I'm not sure how you can justify those data. Different tumors, different number of animals get tumors. It's unclear to me whether the number of animals with primary tumors is that all the primary tumors. In other words, I don't see how that really helps us. And then certainly from the standpoint of looking at mode of action and probably developing proper risk assessment approaches, it doesn't help us at all. So I would argue take those terms away, take them out of the table, and just concentrate on the primary tumors. Okay. The other issue that comes up, and I think it's confused a number of people, I know that for a fact in just talking to them, is this issue of, and we can look at table, I guess we can look at table 2-11. I'll write this up and specifically talk about this, but 2-11, we have, there's a let's see here. Maybe that's not the, well,
it's table 2-12.
2-12 is probably a better one to look at. Okay. 2-12, in the female rats, you have spleen is number one that's mentioned. It says squamous cell carcinoma metastatic. Now, what is probably being referred to is that there's a metastasis to the spleen, which is not unheard of. Actually, the spleen is a target site for many metastases because of the blood flow, etc. But that's misleading because the squamous cell carcinoma, it's not defined where that comes from. And you just can't justify indicating that as a metastasis. So metastasis occurs, it occurs as, and if you think about human cancer, is a grading situation, okay? As the tumors become more aggressive, as they become more undifferentiated, they will metastasize. But you can't in the rodent studies and even in humans, you can't really quantitate the metastasis. It's yes or no, and it goes to particular targets. So in the case of what we're just talking about there in the female rats, in the liver, squamous cell carcinoma metastatic, and it gives us 21 out of 47, 12 out of 48. This makes no sense at all. We don't know what the squamous cell carcinoma comes from. It probably came from the forestomach. And the only meaningful data from there is the liver hepatocellular carcinomas, which is the controls have 1 out of 20, the low dose has 1 out of 47, and the high dose is 5 out of 48. And so there is a I view as dose response there. And so those things should be separated out. I would remove anything to do with this total animal with primary tumors, total animals with benign tumors, and certainly remove this idea of a tissue having with the term metastatic behind it because it's meaningless. It's actually meaningless, and it's actually very confusing. And when you come into trying to do the assessment, try to model this, then you run into problems, and when you look at mode of action, run into problems with all these different terms and so on. Just worry about the primary tumors, and then in the discussion, which is normally what's done in the case of the NTP bioassays, they just mentioned there was a metastasis to that tissue. And many times you can't tell where it came from. So that's my comment. I'm trying to think it was something else that I had there, but I think there's a lot of confusion. Those tables need to be redone or eliminated and just concentrate on describing the primary tumors, whether they're significant or not, and then using the primary tumors that are produced in the various in the two species and male and female, and using those then to drive the mode of action and risk modeling, etc. So that's my comment. There are probably some more questions on that.
Dr. Dorson?
Yeah, and just one additional point here about location. So, of course, many of us know a squamous cell carcinoma of the forestomach. The stomach sits right next to the liver. And so maybe that's the location. I think Dr. Klonik referred to that before. And of course,
Yeah,
it makes anatomical sense.
There might be a transfer. In fact, in one of the tables, there's a talk of a brain tumor. I forget it, and it says from nasal cavity. So the in the table 2-11 tumor type says brain carcinoma invasive from nasal cavity. So if the tissue is right next to the target tissue, say, and in this case we're talking forestomach is right next to the liver. As that tumor develops, as the neoplasm develops, it can spread locally, not necessarily as most metastases do through the blood or through the lymphatics. So that's important to note.
Thank you. Dr. Haber?
Well, I'm certainly glad that we have a pathologist on this committee. I always learn a lot. And I have nothing to add.
Thank you. Let's open it up to the rest of the committee to see if they have anything to add or additional discussion on this charge question. Seeing none, we'll go to EPA to see if they have any clarifying questions on 18B.
Donna Corrales, EPA. At this time, we do not have any questions for this charge question. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to 18C. And again, this has some unbolded text that's available in the agenda and also in the docket. So read the unbolded text and for 18C, and then EPA will read the bolded text into the record.
Donna Corrales, CPA, reading to the record. Question 18C, sorry. Please comment on clarity, transparency, and robustness of EPA's MMOA preliminary analysis and identification of mutagenicity as the principal pathway to carcinogenesis for ethylene dibromide. Please include in your comments a consideration of the role of the cytotoxicity pathway in the adverse health outcomes, including carcinogenesis of ethylene dibromide. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we generally agree that the available evidence supports a mutagenic mode of action for EDB, and mutagenicity is a principal pathway to contributing to carcinogenesis. A variety of things we've talked about why we think that's the case, but we think that the current MMOA requires greater clarity, transparency, and completeness. Although the evidence supporting mutagenicity is substantial, EPA should more clearly distinguish between evidence supporting the overall mutagenic pathway and evidence supporting each individual key event along that adverse outcome pathway. The presentation of the genotoxicity database in particular would benefit from an improvement. And that would mean that because the current summary does not provide consistently sufficient information to study with regard to study quality. In particular, sufficient information should be provided to determine whether sufficiently high doses were tested based on testing to limit dose, cytotoxicity, or solubility limitations, and whether results were confounded by excessive cytotoxicity. We're not saying they were, but that's something you'll want to take a look at and document one way or the other. Organizing evidence into DNA damage and repair assays, gene mutagenicity assays, and clastogenicity assays would also improve the transparency and facilitate independent evaluation of weight of evidence. DNA damage assays contribute less to the evaluation of weight of evidence than other two assay types. EPA should also explain positive findings observed without exogenous S9 metabolic activation, especially in light of the proposed MOA requiring metabolic activation. It should be noted that the sister chromatin exchange text is a DNA damage assay measuring repair following DNA damage, not a clastogenicity assay. In addition, both the in vitro SCE and in vitro unscheduled DNA synthesis guidelines have been deleted by OECD. While such tests can be considered as part of the weight of evidence, their deletion reflects the availability of newer tests showing better performance for the same endpoint. Okay, with regard to cytotoxicity, similar to above, we believe it requires more complete evaluation. EDB clearly produces tissue injury, inflammation, regenerative hyperplasia, all of which can contribute to adverse health outcomes and influence carcinogenesis. Available information does not establish cytotoxicity as an independent explanation for tumor formation or support replacing the mutagenic mode of action with a threshold-based mechanism. Rather, it suggests that mutagenicity and cytotoxicity may operate together, with cytotoxicity modifying or promoting a fundamentally mutagenic carcinogenic process. EPA's cancer assessment guidelines recognize multiple operative modes of action may contribute to carcinogenesis, and this should be explicitly considered as a possibility. The cited AOP 15, by the way, does not begin with DNA alkylation, but the full title is Alkylation of DNA in Pre-Meiotic Germ Cells Leading to Heritable Mutations. Several other AOPs, including 139 and AOP 97, may be more appropriate. So with regard to our recommendations, strengthen the key event analysis, providing additional data supporting each transition in the proposed mutagenic pathway, particularly from the DNA addict formation to irreversible mutation. Evaluate mutagenic and cytotoxic pathways using a structured weight of evidence framework such as the Bradford Hill considerations, including discussion of biological plausibility, temporal concordance, and dose concordance, some of the principles embodied in Bradford Hill, and human relevance. And using the framing of these considerations in an MOA context as provided by Meek et al. 2014b. Improve the presentation of the genotoxicity database by organizing studies into DNA damage, gene mutation, and clastogenicity endpoints, and documenting dose adequacy based on testing to limit dose, cytotoxicity, or solubility limitations for each of those studies. Clarify the rationale for relying on AOP 15 or investigate the other ones we mentioned, AOP 139 and 97, which may more appropriately describe what's happening. 5, expand the discussion of cytotoxicity by evaluating tissue injury, inflammation, regenerative proliferation, and their potential contribution to tumor development. And finally, evaluate a possible dual mode of action, describing whether mutagenicity and cytotoxicity operate independently, sequentially, or interactively, and explain how this conclusion influences low-dose extrapolation and the application of data-derived extrapolation vectors. Any questions? And thank you very much for the opportunity to present.
Thank you for that.
Our group, rather, sorry.
Let's go to Dr. Thompson.
Yeah, I have a little bit of concern about combining the mode of action for different target tissues, in particular the nasal cavity, where we have evidence for chemistries like formaldehyde, where they're thought to be a mutagenic component, perhaps at very high concentrations, but I think there's a lot of research there indicating that those nasal tumors are driven by cytotoxicity. And then when you're also thinking about the other tumor site by oral exposure in the forestomach, where obviously there's going to be high site of contact dosimetry there. And it would be nice to see those primary target tissues get their own mode of action treatment, in particular because it's not clear to me at this moment what the evidence base was for the possibility of irritation in the forestomach. Obviously, the older NTP bioassays don't really have the resolution, unfortunately, to assess these pre-neoplastic or non-neoplastic precursor lesions. And wasn't sure, I think some of the other oral studies, when they talked about the tissues that they analyzed, didn't mention the forestomach. So I don't know whether those studies just didn't collect the forestomach, and therefore we don't have information from some of the shorter term oral studies. But again, I think if the modes of action for each of the main tumor sites were segregated, we could begin to see a little bit more of a presentation of the doses that are involved with the key events. In particular, if something is mutagenic, you would tend to see tumors in multiple organs. And again, despite what we've said or seen in table 2-12, where there are a lot of tumor sites, I think there's a concern that a lot of that may be secondary to the early development of the forestomach tumors. But if it were clearly a purely mutagenic mode of action, then maybe we would have seen tumors elsewhere. So I think my main point here is that I would like to see a more broken out treatment of the mode of action for the target tissues.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. We'll go to Dr. Apte.
Yeah, hi. I think Dr. Thompson kind of made some of the comments. I just want to add an important point here. And I think in case of a lot of mutagens, and an example that comes to mind is diethylnitrosamine, for example, there is a temporal difference between what kind of mechanism works. So if you treat animals with diethylnitrosamine and look within the first 48 hours, it looks like cytotoxicity, right? The cells die, there is regenerative hyperplasia, things like that. Within about 96 hours, everything clears, and I'm talking about a single dose here. And then you leave those animals alone and look a year later and you'll get tumors, right? Because they cause mutations and blah, blah, blah. And so the issue is when you have studies like this, where you have a compound that can cause cytotoxicity in short run, but can actually is a mutagen and can cause mutagenic mode of action. There are two things playing at the same time. It is a matter of looking at matter of time when you look at. And so I think that needs to be resolved when you look at this mode of action here. And keeping that in mind would help as we go along. Hopefully EPA takes some of these comments and does the separate analysis, but keeping that in mind would be good, because you will see things like p53 activation and regenerative hyperplasia, cyclin D1 goes up in short term, but long term, those are different mechanisms playing a role. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Dr. Dorson.
Yeah, I agree with the three gentlemen in front of me. I agree with everything they're saying. And again, Tom did a fantastic job at trying to summarize a rather difficult but important area. The reason this is important is that, cell killing does cause mutations. So it's like the chicken, what came first, chicken or the egg? And that's really important for mode of action building. So how do you compare? I mean, there's two ways to do this. You can put out the Betty Meek tables that Dr. Haber talked about before, which are great. They line the evidence up. You can weigh it with one mode. You can weigh it with another. You could do it by target organ that Dr. Thompson's suggesting. Wonderful. There's also a paper, there's probably more than one, but the Becker et al., Rick Becker et al. In 2017 put together a quantitative scoring scheme for multiple modes of action. So that could be one way to compare. And of course, finally, EPA in their foresight, or maybe it was hindsight, I'm not quite sure, in their 2005 document, they actually talk about doing dose response assessment with dual modes of action. Now, I don't think they give examples of that, although, again, I think I referred to this yesterday, EPA's risk assessment form, I think, put something together with thyroid tumors back in the 1998 era that talked about dual mode of action. So that's one thing that our colleagues at EPA could look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Dr. Baranko,
I have nothing further to add.
Dr. Klonig.
I agree with what's been said. I think each target tissue needs to be separated, and the mode of action needs to be addressed to that particular target tissue. One thing that we haven't really talked about is the forestomach tumors. There's no human forestomach, and so how does that play a role in developing not necessarily mode of action, but in developing models for risk assessment if the human does not have that tissue that is targeted? And I agree that I always look at cancer carcinogenesis as mutation followed by proliferation or selective proliferation of the mutated tissue cells, foci, whatever. And so I don't know if this is a dual mode of action or a co-mode of action, if you think in terms of a mutation and then also inducing cell proliferation at a very high level due to the cytotoxicity. But I think what Dr. Thompson talked about with regard to separating out those primary tumors, nasal in the inhalation study, forestomach in the gavage study is very important, and you have to look at that individually. One question that came up to me, and I'm not very smart, so maybe the smart people in the group can answer that, is if it's highly mutagenic, why don't we see nasal tumors also in the oral gavage, and why don't we see in the inhalation, why don't we see some forestomach tumors? Because during inhalation there's some swallowing of material and so on. So is there a disconnect there, or am I being too simplistic in addressing that?
I guess I'll just say, and I think Dr. Dowerson has brought this up throughout the earlier meeting. This is why the mutagenic mode of action framework that EPA started a very long time ago but never codified would be helpful for informing these decisions.
Dr. Haber, did you have anything else to add?
I do have several things to add. So some of these are echoes and enhancements. So first, kudos to Dr. O. Smith. That definitely was a lot to summarize. Just one clarification that in the very last recommendation, you referred to a data-derived extrapolation factor. I think you meant an age-dependent adjustment factor, which is the ADAF.
Sorry.
To more substantive things, I completely support the idea of looking at mode of action for each target separately. And just to continue beating the drum, the Meek et al. 2014 framework is particularly useful for in laying out both the temporality and dose response. And with regard to the idea of the interrelationship or potential interrelationship of mutagenicity and cytotoxicity, which of course has then the component of cell proliferation. I will note that every tumor requires both gene mutation and cell proliferation. And the critical question for determining the low dose extrapolation approach is which is happening first. So what's the molecular initiating event? And we may not have the data, but laying out that temporal and dose response concordance tables is really useful for doing that and for identifying the data gaps. The Becker et al. Paper is really nice. And it basically the Meek et al. 2014 analysis framework is a subset of the Becker approach. So as I understand it, maybe Dr. Dorson will have a different perspective, is okay, I'm seeing a thumbs up. Maybe that's a new one. That basically you still need to go through the 2014 framework and then you can apply the quantitative analysis. I do have two questions to my co-discussants, if I may. Is that allowed? Okay, I'm seeing nodding. That's good.
Go ahead.
So to Dr. Clownick, you appropriately noted the concerns about the forced stomach tumors and other effects. The assessment noted several times the Proctor analysis on human relevance of the forced stomach tumors. And I think we had a separate discussion, but could you please read into the record your thoughts about the Proctor criteria and application here?
I'm sorry, I would need to go back and look at that. So I'll put something on paper. I can't respond. Maybe you can respond if you looked at that. Yeah.
I can give you the criteria and then
Okay.
Would that be sufficient?
I'll try.
Okay, fair enough. Trying is the best we can do.
Well, I'm from New Jersey, so that's the best you're going to get from me.
Okay, let me pull up. Okay, 3 criteria. This is on page.
This is in the document.
Yes, it's on page 54 among other places.
Okay.
No, that's not the first place. It's referred to several places, but the full criteria, and if someone else has that, okay, got it. Page 15. First paragraph, line 601, 3 criteria. So Proctor et al. Provides 3 criteria that determine human health relevance of forced stomach tumors observed in rodent studies. And I think I can read all 3 and then you can respond.
Okay.
First is well-established genotoxicity. Second is ability to induce tumors at multiple sites across a range of doses. And third is observation that these effects occur in the absence of forced stomach irritation.
Well, I think we're limited in this bioassay, and I think it was also mentioned that some of the shorter term studies didn't really look at the forced stomach. Am I correct on that? So with regard to number 3 observation that these effects occur in the absence of forced stomach irritation, I don't know if we have data on that from that standpoint. Well-established genotoxicity, you're the authority on that. I'll default to you. And ability to induce tumor at multiple sites. That's what I was getting at. If we ran that assay today, I was just thinking about this. We'd probably have Harderian gland tumors. We'd have some if it's a genotoxic agent, we probably have some lung tumors. Now we did have some oral, but I think we'd have multiple sites, which we do see and don't see. I mean, there was the hemangiosarcomas in the spleen. We didn't see any that some leukemia was discussed. I mean, I think we're limited here in part that both of these bioassays were done in the early stages of the bioassay, and you can just tell from the lack of data in tables and so on. So it's hard to pull this information out. You know, you and I were not there, and that's my take at this point. I mean, I think I was, when I'm talking about the forced stomach, I'm more referring to more recent studies that have looked at compounds. And Dr. Thompson actually published a paper, I think 10 years ago, on the forced stomach tumors with some other agents, and maybe he could allude to that. So To answer your question, which I was a good politician on that and went around the corner there several times, was I don't know if I think the only issue is the genotox well established. I think the other two multiple sites, there was reports of multiple sites, but it's very poorly documented, right? Anyway, so you put me on you put me on the hot seat there, and I don't know if I answered your question.
Well, gave you the best you could based on the available data, and it looks like Dr. Thompson has some additional thoughts.
Yeah, I think to these criteria, we've already mentioned the multi-tumor site issue and whether the ones that we're seeing in the table there are secondary to the forestomach. And then also I don't recall seeing, and that's why these dose and temporal concordance tables for each mode of action would be valuable, is to see at what doses and time points do we have evidence of forestomach irritation and whether that is likely driving the tumor responses. And then to the point, I mean, we published on this, 10 years ago, which feels like a lifetime. But I know at that time point, some of the chemicals that were inducing forestomach tumors would present with negative transgenic mutation results in the forestomach at doses that are carcinogenic. That is perfectly beautiful information to tell you if you've got irritation but no mutations at those carcinogenic doses, that is a non-relevant forestomach tumor. Here, it looks like the data is a little bit harder to parse out because we don't have that information.
Dr. Dorson?
Yeah, and Lynn, I was looking through the document and I see dermal and ocular irritation. Does that help answer? I know it's not the same organ. Does that help answer a little bit that third criterion?
Not to me.
I think that was a dermal from that dermal study that was incomplete. Basically, is that the reference there? I don't remember if there was dermal irritation in the two chronic bioassays.
Well, I was just looking at the document and searching for irritation, and dermal and ocular irritation came up quite a bit. So, okay,
have to look into it a little bit more.
Right. Yeah.
So my recollection is that one of the key indicators is that you would see a lot of thickening of the mucosa in the forestomach would be an indication that there's trying to have a protective response to irritation. I don't think we have that information here.
Okay.
That would be metaplasia basically, or changes of cell type. Yeah, the same thing you see in the lung with irritation. You change the cell type.
Okay. Thank you.
So to the question of is it clearly mutagenic, I think this was one of the few chemicals that we did not argue about it, but the data are pretty consistent with positive results for gene mutation in vitro for several different test systems in bacterial and mammalian cells. We don't have in vivo mutation assays. We do have ADDX in vivo. So the other point I just wanted to make in response to one of Dr. Klonig's comments about seeing nasal tumors, or the fact that we don't see nasal tumors from oral data, and we don't see, or from oral exposure, and we don't see forestomach tumors from inhalation exposure, and all that is quite correct. We do, however, at least in the mouse, see lung tumors from dermal exposure and from oral exposure in the mouse, as I said. And yeah, so those lung tumors perhaps say something both about whether the tumors result from the endothelial side versus direct contact. It's not the nasal tumors, and the nasal tumors are appear to be driving things, but that's certainly an uncertainty and something perhaps to look at more, and perhaps also addressing some of this discussion of what's going on with the mode of action.
Hey,
And
let's
that's it.
open it up to the, oh, okay, good, I thought so. Let's open it up. Dr. Gentry?
Thank you. I just wanted to add a little bit to some of Dr. Klonick's questions about, seeing things versus one route or the other. And I'm certainly not going to claim I'm smarter than him. I'm not going there. But Dr. Haber kind of touched on this. And hearing the discussion from this group, we talked about whether it's mutagenic or not, that what we're seeing is more of a point of contact. We're seeing in the forestomach, or we're seeing after oral, or we're seeing inhalation, lung tumors after inhalation. If it is reactive, if that's what we think about the mode of action, then there may not be enough metabolism or transfer to have this show up in other tissues. And as regarding the lung tumors after dermal exposure, depending on when this was conducted, this study, and if it's a volatile compound, you could get off-gassing from the skin, depending on how the study was conducted. So I'll just throw that in. I did want to also go back to the AOP that EPA is relying on. I was glad to see this group question the relevance of this AOP because it is for DNA alkylation in male premeiotic germ cells. So I wondered if this AOP was even relevant, and it sounds like we've recommended some others. I did want to ask the group, because this has been said a couple of times on the record, and I'm sure EPA relied on this AOP, and the AOP wiki clearly defines DNA alkylation as the molecular initiating event. That's how it's defined, and we've challenged that. So I just wanted on the record, so we're not challenging how EPA defined it, we're challenging how it's defined on the AOP wiki.
Dr.
Thank you.
Klonick?
Well, I think
No,
actually Dr. Haber brought up the issue on the AOP, and I think she also suggested some additional AOPs that were more germane to this particular approach. And I look quickly on them, and I agree entirely. I mean, the one that is mentioned in the document does not appear to be appropriate. There's other DNA alkylation AOPs, and I think Dr. Haber brought that up, and it has it listed somewhere because I remember seeing 2 or 3 other ones.
Yes, Dr. Osmitz did read that into the record, those other numbers. And yes, they do also use an MIE of DNA alkylation.
Okay, does anybody else have anything to add on the committee for this charge question? Any other discussion? If not, we'll go to EPA to see if they have any clarifying questions, I'm sorry, on C, 18C.
Jonah Corrales, EPA. Yes, we do have a clarifying question. It touches on the AOPs. There were 2 different AOPs that were recommended, and we wanted to clarify those numbers. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Osmitz, do you want to go back, or we can provide that information later, or Dr. Haber?
Yeah, I'm on the next page already. I can just get it, unless Dr. Haber has it, I'll get it in a couple minutes, but I'm going back right now.
Okay. Yeah.
I actually do have it in front of me.
Okay.
So AOP 139 and 97.
Super, thank you.
we have got clarified.
Does EPA have any more questions on this charge question?
EPA does not have any more clarifying questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that robust discussion. Very interesting. So now we're going to go to 18D, and this one has 1, 2, 3 sub questions. So 18D, this is on the screen for you to read, or it's also in the agenda or in the docket. And then after a few seconds to read this, EPA will read the bolded text into the record.
Johnny Corrales, EPA, reading to the record question 18DI. Please comment on EPA's calculation of the oral slope factor, characterization of uncertainties in the dose response assessment, and any additional information to be considered. Thank you.
Dr. Osmitz?
Sure. Okay. Well, the committee has concerns regarding EPA's calculation of the oral cancer slope factor from the 1978 NCIB study. Although it provides clear evidence of the carcinogenicity hazard following oral exposure, its design and survival limitations substantially weaken the utility for quantitative dose response modeling. More important, the selected benchmark dose model appears to fit the data poorly, raising concerns about the resulting slope factor as EPA's primary quantitative estimate. We'll go into more detail in writing, but basically, EPA modeled the incidence of male rats with one or more primary tumors, selected a first-degree multi-stage model, calculated oral slope factor of 0.15 milligrams per kilogram per day before application of the age-dependent adjustment factors. The rationale for combining tumors across tissues is not adequately explained. Combining all animals with primary tumors is unusual because tumors arising from different tissues and different cell types may have different biological origins, dose responses, and times to onset. Standard practice generally favors modeling biologically related types, if you're doing that at all, rather than aggregating to similar neoplasms solely because they occurred in the same animal. The model fit is a central concern. The BMDS model output showed a goodness of fit value, p-value of 0.002. It indicates the selective model does not adequately describe the observed data whatsoever. The available model output also appears incomplete because EPA did not present the model recommendations, warnings, or other diagnostics that would normally be used to judge model acceptability. One reviewer independently reproduced the analysis, and we can ask him to comment in a minute or two and share that analysis via whatever mode we have of doing that eventually. Reproduced the analysis and reported the candidate models generated warnings and were identified as questionable. It's also recommended that EPA not conduct allometric scale prior to BMD analysis, as this is unnecessary, requires additional calculations, and complicates the peer review of the natural stages of the risk assessment. First model the animal data, then extrapolate the BMD to humans. The poor fit is not unexpected given the characteristics of the underlying study. We talked about some of that before. There was excessive mortality, suspension and resumption of high-dose treatment, differing treatment between the sexes, extended recovery periods, limited effective separation between time-weighted dose groups. These factors contributed to an irregular or non-monotonic dose pattern and complicate the interpretation of the crude tumor incidence. The committee also questions whether total animals with tumors, and Dr. Clowney mentioned that, is most scientifically appropriate endpoint. You heard a little bit of discussion on that earlier, and I think he will write some of that up. Guidance for grouping related tumors is in the BRICS 2010. EPA's latest version of BMDS also retains their MS combo model, where the combined risk of independent tumors can be modeled to account for the fact that animals' cancer risk is not based on one tumor site or inappropriately aggregated tumors, such as all primary tumors. I think overall we're in agreement, and is to put it in simple terms, that the modeling as presented in assessment doesn't really fit the data and really isn't of use beyond seeing that it doesn't fit. Again, Dr. Thompson may talk a little bit in a minute or two about what he did, but let's just go through the recommendations. Well, one, we should look at each primary tumor by itself, considering the MOA, and not combine them. Use the Bricks and McConnell paper to consider which tumors are related, and only related tumors should be combined. Metastatic tumors should not be combined with primary tumors. We had a long discussion about that a few minutes ago. Combined tumors can be modeled with multi-combo model in BMDS. Consider the modeled output, clear biological and statistical rationale for combining all animals with primary tumors, and evaluate individual tumor sites or biologically related groupings as alternative endpoints. Don't rely on the model with unacceptable fit. Really can't. We don't think that's appropriate. Provide complete BMDS documentation, outputs for candidate models, goodness of fit stats, residuals, model warnings, recommended model designations, benchmark doses, lower confidence limits, and IACA information for criterion values. Address survival before dose response modeling. Present the poly-K or other survival-adjusted tumor incidences and explain how mortality adjustment was incorporated into the modeling, rather than relying on crude incidence values, which are affected by differential survival. Evaluate alternative tumor data sets. Model tumor responses that show biologically interpretable dose-response relationships, and consider combining tumors only when the combination is justified by common tissue origin, cell type, or mode of action. Clarify the dose metric used in BMDS. Is it administered dose, time-weighted doses, allometrically adjusted, human equivalent? It's not clear from some of the output. Another theme we mentioned before, conduct sensitivity analysis. Which endpoints are most important? Look at alternative endpoints, survival-adjusted data sets, model forms, reasonable treatments of the high-dose group to characterize range and direction of uncertainty in the oral slope factor. And I guess when all is said and done, defer selection of the oral slope factor until an acceptable model is obtained as the basis for selection. And finally, calculation of the overall risk in the evaluation should consider not only the age-dependent adjustment factor, but also how exposure under the relevant COUs vary with age. So quite a few things there. I think there's some common themes, and some of it we led into, I think, with the last discussion. Thank you. And we are going to go around, and I think maybe if Dr. Thompson wants to a little bit elaborate on what he found when he was doing his modeling, and he submitted some outputs to us, and we can share these with the group in a proper way.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that summary, and then we'll go to Dr. Thompson.
Yeah, I think I'll limit my comments here to we'll get to the bounding exercise. That I think that's a separate question. But and this is not necessarily a aim towards this group, but it is interesting that the EPA software, when you essentially run the cancer model, you'll get your multi-stage model results, and I don't think there's even an option to see warnings. So you have to run the entire suite, where that will also present data for your multi-stage models. And when we did that with the latest version of the software, not only is there the very, very small p-value that was mentioned, but also a list of warnings in particular where the BMDL is more than 10-fold lower than the lowest dose. So we're already in a sort of uncertain area. We're extrapolating the point of departure far below the observed data. And I just don't think that was captured in the document. I'll pause.
Okay, Dr. Apte?
I don't have anything more to add. Everything was covered. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Dorson?
Yeah, just two general points because I agree with everything that's been said. The first is please limit precision. It's kind of a general comment to an appropriate level, not any more than the incoming data. If the doses are 3 digits of precision, you can have a 3-digit precision benchmark dose. Second general comment, and already talked about by Dr. Thompson, EPA has a suite of models for a reason. The multi-stage models, even though they're wonderful, various 1, 2, and 3, don't always fit the data. That's why we have different models. Thank you.
Dr. Baranko?
Nothing more to add.
Thank you. Dr. Klonick?
Nothing to add except I think Dr. Osmond needs a break sometime in the next several years. Or maybe a drink. Maybe he needs a drink.
I'll stick with water for the purposes of this meeting.
Dr. Haber?
Thanks, and kudos to Dr. Osmits. Our group really wrestled with this data set, and my empathies are with the EPA authors because this is a really hard data set. I did want to note, fellow discussants, I did, in addition to Dr. Thompson, try some modeling of alternative data sets. Nothing got adequate fit with any of the models. Now, I did not try every single combination of data of the different tumor types, but just eyeballing the data, I seriously doubt that you'll be able to get adequate fit with any model with any of the data sets that are in Table 2-12 because of the non-monotonic dose response and how close the two non-zero doses are. It's just the models don't bend that way. And I think we do need to recognize that given there's a very high response, well, if you're focusing on the total tumors as they had done, or even some of the other ones, there is a relatively high response at the first dose. And so that means that there is a lot of uncertainty in the shape of the dose response between that dose and the control. And I'll stop there.
Thanks, Dr. Haber. I'll go around to the rest of the committee if anybody has any additional thoughts to add to this charge question. If not, we'll go to EPA to get any clarifying questions or requests for additional information.
Janet Corrales, CPA. At this time, we do not have any clarifying questions. Thank you.
Dr. Haber?
Yes, sorry, I forgot to add one thing. I assume that our EPA colleagues are quite familiar with how to apply the ADAF with specific age group exposure exposure levels. If they're looking for some example tables, I know that this has been done in the drinking water program for a number of different situations. And so they can provide probably some very nice, well, the spreadsheets include water consumption, but you can adapt them.
Anything else on this one? Doesn't appear. So let's go to the next charge question, please.
Jonna Corrales, CPA, reading into the record, question 18DII. Please comment on EPA's bounding scenario where the incidence of primary tumors in the high dose group was set to 100% in order to evaluate the effect that early mortality in the high dose group had on estimation of the oral slope factor. Thank you.
Okay, well, we understand that the early mortality, which prevents tumors from forming in a lot of those animals, certainly induces uncertainty into the dose response assessment and needs consideration. Animals that die prematurely, less opportunity to develop or express late occurring tumors, possibly underestimating tumor incidences and the derived cancer slope factor. So we understand the scientific reason of wanting to do that. Our biggest concern, though, is the implementation of the bounding scenario. Setting the incidence of primary tumors in a high dose group to 100% is an assumed value, obviously, rather than an observed experimental result, and provides a theoretical upper bound on cancer potency. The biological and statistical basis for assuming complete tumor incidences is not adequately justified, resulting in a slope factor should be viewed as hypothetical sensitivity analysis rather than an alternative estimate from the experimental data. The committee also notes that bounding scenario substantially improves model fit by modifying the existing data rather than improving the underlying biological interpretation of the study. While this demonstrates the sensitivity of the BMD analysis to early mortality, it does not establish complete tumor incidence represents the most scientifically appropriate conclusion. Now, we've heard this before, but several reviewers question the aggregated endpoint of total animals with primary tumors. It itself contributes to the modeling difficulties. But overall, the committee supports the effort to try to characterize the uncertainty, but does not support relying on the current bounding exercise. Some recommendations, and then Dr. Thompson may have something to add when we get to that point. Retain the bounding scenario as a sensitivity analysis rather than a preferred risk estimate rather, clearly saying it's a hypothetical upper bound analysis based on an assumed rather than observed tumor incidence. Provide scientific rationale for assuming 100% in the high dose group, including assumptions underlying the approach and its intended interpretation in risk assessment. Evaluate alternative methods for addressing early mortality, including survival-adjusted tumor incidences, poly-K analyses, and other approaches that preserve the observed experimental data rather than replacing it with assumed upper bound estimates. Compare the bounding scenario with alternative dose response analyses, including modeling of individual tumor sites or biologically related tumor groupings that exhibit more interpretable dose response relationships. And of course, where you don't have the early mortality. Characterize the uncertainty associated with the analytical approach. Discuss how the treatment of early mortality influences benchmark dose model, resulting oral slope factor, and interpretation of upper bound cancer estimates. So I think that there's one common theme in there is that this is a upper bound estimate based not on biology, but based on wanting to be able to actually come up with a slope factor with a data set that is less than perfect. So thank you.
Thank you. And I will note we're gonna go through the next sub question and then take a break. So we have something to look forward to. Dr. Thompson.
Yeah, just continuing on the theme of the difficulty with this data set. So when you model the data with just the cancer module, it is clear that the p-value for the fit improves significantly and would be acceptable using the bounding approach. However, again, if you use the full suite, you can see that those same warnings are still there with regard to the multi-stage models. However, more than one model is now is listed as viable and one recommended based on lowest AIC. Now, EPA can take a look at the model shapes there and determine whether they think they are biologically plausible. So that I think there's some uncertainty there. And then that would lead to following up on some of the discussions we had earlier this week, where maybe the Bayesian model average output would perhaps help address the model variability. The caveat there is I am not aware of any EPA guidance or that the BMD software can yet give the user some interpretation of the, let's say, validity of the Bayesian approach. And so there could still be uncertainties. And for example, the BMDL from the Bayesian model average is well below the range of observation. So we were back to the same problem. As Dr. Haber mentioned, this is not easy. And so I will pause here.
Thank you. Dr. Abdi.
Yeah, all my comments were recorded. Thank you.
Dr. Dorson.
Yeah, difficult problem. And I can only say that if the comments are taken to heart to model only primary tumors, there are a couple data sets other than forestomach that might be modelable. And there is an EPA slope adjustment already in place. It's really old, 1980 ambient water quality criteria documents that can be used. I mean, it's on the books to adjust the slope of the dose response curve due to early stopping of the study, either due to mortality or just the way that the people designed the study. But again, I agree with the comments that have been made. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Baranko.
I have no additional comments. Thank you.
Dr. Klonig.
Nothing to add.
Dr. Haber.
Before I share a couple of additional comments, I have a clarifying question to EPA. Is that okay?
Yes.
So the text comments about a poly-K adjustment to account for the early mortality, was that done before the modeling, or how does that fit in? I couldn't find that in the documentation.
I'm going to assume that they are going to need to interact with their team and get back with us.
Dr. Krause, that is correct. We need a few minutes. Thank you.
Okay. So do you want to go on, Dr. Haber, with your other comments?
Sure. I look forward to the response. So it would be wonderful if doing this adjustment gives us dose response data that are more amenable to modeling. As it is, again, just looking at the data, I don't see anything that I think will be fit by any model. So while I agree that there are problems, so this may be a minority recommendation. We didn't totally have time to sort all this out. But we have lots of suggestions of things that EPA should try. But the question is, what if nothing works? My personal opinion there is that in the absence of anything else, then doing the bounding estimate gives something that's usable. Looking at the best model for the bounding estimate, the BMDL is actually higher than the current one, so I would not consider that a worst case scenario. Also, just looking at the curve for that model, I don't think that increasing the high dose, that little bit of jiggering of the high dose from the actual data to the total, and again, this was looking at a couple of examples, and maybe more if a different endpoint is chosen, but I don't think that that's going to have a large impact on the dose response, so that actually modeling one tumor type with the bounding scenario and using the best fitting model could be a reasonable approach. And again, I'll share the modeling I've done, and I'm sure EPA will want to do more. As Dr. Thompson noted, if you do the Bayesian model averaging, this is now taking into account the uncertainty and the slope between the control and that first dose. And so perhaps not surprisingly, the BMDL ends up being substantially lower. So that could be used, in my opinion, as a sensitivity analysis in a worst case sort of situation. So that's some other possibilities of ways to deal with this extremely challenging data set.
Thank you. Dr. Dorson?
Yeah, and just to add to Dr. Haber's nice comments, Con Shao, Indiana University, has another, he helped US EPA develop their Bayesian approach, and he's got a Bayesian approach that it's been enhanced. I'm not quite sure the details because that's not really my area. But so that might be, EPA might put a check in with him to see if that Bayesian approach is helpful here. Again, with Dr. Haber and everybody said, this is not an easy data set to model. It just is. It's just awful.
Okay, with that, let's see, go to the rest of the committee to see if there's any more discussion on this charge question. Looks like yes. Dr. Gentry?
I guess I'm going to comment on a theme I keep hearing. We've heard it across multiple charge questions. The difficulty in finding a model to fit data sets, the age of the data set, the data we're considering. So it sounds like in general, there are just challenges trying to find, I won't call it adequate, but all the data we're considering has uncertainties that have been elevated. We're struggling to find, we're recommending approaches that would work. So I think it's worth a general recommendation across these assessments about the challenges with the data set in general, the age of it, and whether it's truly adequate.
Yeah, thank you for that. Dr. Burgoon?
Thank you. Man, Dr. Gentry's comment was so much better than mine. I wish I thought of it. So my comment is more that EPA should look beyond BMDS. I'll be blunt. When I train data scientists today, we don't use approaches like BMDS. We don't use these fixed parametric models. The way we normally model, especially non-linear data today, is we use non-parametric models, or data-driven models is the preferred term today. So we're talking about things like splines, things like low S fits, things like that. And I think they could probably get. Now I haven't seen the data, so the data could just be absolutely recalcitrant to everything. But at risk of you're still at a risk of overfitting with these models, so you have to be careful about that. Which is why the 3+1 recommendations that Dr. Dorson made earlier and that I also added on to, especially making sure that the model is spitting out values that are reflective of what it was trained on. That might be a really good approach to go about this. We have some free software that we built when I was at the U.S. Army to do exactly this. I think it's still around. We didn't publish a paper on it because of clearance reasons, but that's certainly out there if that's something that the EPA is interested in doing. I could probably put a link or something in our resources folder so that they could explore that.
Dr. Gentry, did you have another comment?
Yes, I did. I wanted to go back. I know Dr. Burgoon's brought up other programs. specifically Dr. Zhao's program was mentioned. It is a BMDS program. But I wanted to just mention this because EPA has their own software. I don't think Dr. Zhao's programs are freeware. You can get a basic model, a basic package, but to get all of the types of analyses that program can perform, it requires fees. So I don't know that if that's an issue for EPA, but I thought I would get that incorporated into the comment.
Thank you. Was there any other, were there any other comments from the committee on this charge question? Seeing none, we'll go to EPA to ask for any clarifying questions.
Donna Corrales, EPA, responding to Dr. Haber's question. EPA considered the poly-K adjustment, and this made the dataset monotonic and improved model fit. The results were compared to the bounding exercise, and the agency decided to present the bounding exercise in the hazard assessment because it was conceptually easier to interpret. Thank you. And we have no further clarifying questions. Thank you.
Dr. Haber, do you have any? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. That is great to hear. I think at the very least that the results should be presented in the assessment. It's wonderful to hear that it made it monotonic, and you've heard the concerns of the committee about doing the bounding estimate, that it may be a bit easier to understand, or more than a bit. But since our goal is good science, we'd have to actually see the results. But I think that, so of course, committee will pipe up if they disagree with me. But my guess is that the recommendation of the committee would be to use the poly-K adjustment, which becomes monotonic, on appropriate primary tumors, and run it with all the models and focus on best fitting models. Other thoughts?
Dr. Burgoon?
So I don't want to be the wet blanket, but generally speaking, you have to be very careful when you end up transforming data specifically to get at a particular shape that is convenient for you. As I tell a lot of the financial analysts that I tend to teach regression to, the minute you log transform your finance data, guess what? Your regression only works in log form, which means every single recommendation you make only exists in the log form space. If you don't operate in log form space, your regression is actually completely useless to you. So before you go and use the poly whatever transformation, well, any transformation, I don't care what it is, it could be a log transformation. Before you use that kind of transformation, you have to make sure that what you're doing with those results are still valid when you untransform the data. And generally speaking, they're not. And that's why you had to transform the data in the first place. This becomes a bigger issue if this goes to court, because they're expert witnesses who know, you'll have statistical expert witnesses who will call out exactly that problem. And then the court will find that your analysis is unreliable and not admissible. And then at that point, any decision that the agency makes is thus arbitrary and capricious. So that's my caution.
Dr. Haber?
I saw Dr. Gentry has her hand up, and I will
Gentry,
defer to
over.
her to speak first.
Okay, Dr. Gentry.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Haber, but you could have gone first. I just wanted to kind of add to what Dr. Burgoon said. It sounds like we're transforming data and we're reaching for something to work. the data sets by themselves, we can't fit them well. And so again, I agree with Dr. Burgoon. Does it mean the same thing once we start transforming data and fitting that and doing things like that? It just all seems like a struggle to find something that will work.
Dr. Haber, do you want to go next?
Lynn Haber, yes. So I thought Dr. Gentry was going to comment specifically on the poly K adjustment. So both based on my understanding of what was written in the text, and thank you to Dr. Google, recognizing Dr. Google makes mistakes. As I understand it, it's a statistical method specifically to adjust the tumor response in the case of early mortality. It is not an overall transformation. So again, I totally agree with the issues regarding the uncertainties, and maybe we shouldn't even be using this data set, but then that means that we're not taking into account cancer issues. So this seems like it might be a way to use the cancer data.
Dr. Gentry, did you want to respond to that immediately?
I'll just comment, and you're correct, Dr. Haber. I wasn't speaking specifically to the poly K, but again, this all feels like, and you're correct, that will help us adjust for early mortality. But I was thinking more about your statements from non-monotonic to monotonic. So are we losing something about this dose response curve when we do that?
Dr. Dorson?
Okay, let me make sure I'm on. The difficulty, of course, is the data, as we all know. The lowest dose was too high. The higher dose killed the animals. And of course, the tumors go away. We've seen this lots of different studies. This is no big surprise. We're stuck with, what do you do to do a low dose response? It's either on the order of linear, and the best thing you could do there, I suppose, is draw a straight line from the low dose to background, which is near zero. Okay, that's a good bounding estimate. A lot of people wouldn't like it, and me probably being one of them. But the other way to look at this is, what's the underlying mode of action tell us? Is it truly mutagenic? Are we really getting mutations, as the key event number one in the stomach that's given us the problem? It's the forestomach that's given us the problem. I mean, there are other data sets. I think some liver tumors eventually that actually will model normally, but the incidences are not near as high. So what's the mode of action? What do we think the mode of action is between the low dose and background? And if it really is mutation, then I think the best you could do is a straight line between low dose and background. If it really is, our thinking is something else, like you need so much before you actually start to get, this whatever in the forestomach, then you can contemplate maybe not a threshold necessarily, but maybe a probit model. I mean, when you have 2 points, all the models fit, they'll all hit them, p-values of 1. So I really think we have to understand the mode of action better before we can solve this little chestnut of a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Gentry?
I'm going to jump in again. This is all focused on a 1978 study and the results from that study. And I guess I realize the challenges, that's what we have. I get that. But I think if we're, at least this is my opinion, if that's what we're going to focus on, all of these uncertainties have to be taken into account. And we're calling this a high quality study when how many issues have we talked about? 4 stomach tumors in the rat following gavage dosing. We're talking about the doses being high. Are they even relevant to human exposures? All of this has got to be explicit if we're going to use this study for quantitative analysis.
Any other discussion from the committee? Yes, Dr. Burgoon. And I'll go to Dr. Burgoon first, and then Dr. Thompson, and
This is
then
a
Dr.
really
Dorson, maybe.
really
Okay.
popular topic today. Okay,
Yes.
so I stand in full support with what Dr. Gentry just said. I agree 100%. The other point that I wanted to make is that I think one of my issues is that if the data really is as bad as it sounds, where we are missing the entire middle part of this dose response curve, that to me says that this data is unsuitable for modeling. And that's just the way it is. It is unacceptable to me to draw a straight line through there because technically you could draw any number of different dose response lines through there, an infinite number. Which one's correct? We have no idea. A straight line one is just a convenient one. It isn't necessarily the true one. So to me, this is data that is not possible to do dose response modeling on, and that's the end of it. And we move on.
Thank you. I'm going to take Dr. Thompson's comments, and then we're going to need to move on to the next charge question, but we could perhaps revisit this one tomorrow. Go ahead, Dr. Thompson.
Yeah, I'll be brief. So I think, and then maybe this is in one of the subsequent sub questions, but I think this speaks to the issue that may have commented on, that the mode of action analysis doesn't seem to have a human relevance framework component. And I think that could address some of the issues that Robin Ann made.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to this next the last sub question under 18D. So 18D III, and then we will take a break after that one. So again, the unbolded text is in the agenda and also in the docket. So we'll leave that up for a few seconds, and then EPA will read the bolded charge into the record. Thank you.
Johnny Corrales, CPA, bring to the record question 18D III. As discussed in section 2.4.7.4 in the draft hazard assessment for ethylene dibromide, US EPA 2026E, EPA extrapolated a dermal cancer slope factor from oral toxicity data using two approaches. One, the default approach, and two, the PBPA approach. Both approaches use the NCI cancer bioassay, NCI 1978B, as the basis for the oral cancer slope factor. Please comment on the strengths and characterization of uncertainties underlying the selected oral cancer slope factor for the use of estimating a dermal cancer slope factor using the default and PBPA approaches, including the appropriateness for this route, dermal, and endpoint cancer. Thank you.
Okay, well, to some extent, we can go back to the conversation we just ended. And I think when we answered this question, or when I put together the responses and thought about it, it kind of foreshadowed the conversation we just had, that the idea of route-to-route extrapolation from oral to dermal is potentially appropriate. But of course, it depends really on the scientific adequacy of the oral cancer slope factor derived from the bioassay. And, I think we have no question that we agree that we have a positive carcinogenic hazard here, but there's tremendous, and we just talked about these tremendous limitations with regard to quantitative dose response analysis, the early mortality, treatment interruptions, dose separation, non-monotonic, et cetera. And, those uncertainties are carried forward into either dermal extrapolation approach. So I think it's fair to say, and this is even emphasized more by the conversation just we had, and I think just from some plain, very simple statements we heard from Dr. Gentry and others, that the oral slope factor you calculate isn't robust to serve as an unquestioned basis for estimating dermal cancer potency. Really, you'd have to resolve the issues regarding endpoint selection, survival adjustment, benchmark dose fit, treatment before you can even really get to that. There's more I can say, but it truly is redundant. And in some of the written part I have here, we do refer to the two previous sub questions. If we really don't resolve some of those questions about can we really model these data adequately, it's hard to discuss, well, how do we take the results of that model and put it to a different route? So maybe I'll just leave it at that. And maybe my co-discussants want to elaborate on it, but I think we had a pretty darn good, robust discussion. And at the end of the day, we're trying to take data that is old, which isn't necessarily bad, but many of the artifacts of it being old and being a different study design, different era, it's just tough to fit this into something quantitative, much less do what's embodied in this question. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for that summary. Dr. Thompson, anything else to add on this one?
No, I think that was an excellent point and summary, and I have nothing to add to it.
Dr. Apte.
Yeah, I have nothing to add. Everything was covered.
Dr. Dorson.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Dr. Baranko.
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Dr. Klonig.
Nothing to add.
Dr. Haber.
Nothing to add.
Do any of the other committee members have anything to add on this charge question? If not, I'll go to EPA. Any clarifying questions on this one?
Donna Corrales, CPA. At this time, we do not have any questions for this charge question. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a well-deserved 15-minute break. And then when we come back, we're going to start back with charge question 18E. So see you all in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
Allison, are you still there?
I am, but I think we're still streaming. So if
Yeah,
you want
I just want to
ask-
ask that what question are we going to afterwards?
We're going to go to question 18. Finish that one. So it'll be question 18E.
Oh, E, got okay. I thought you said D. Thank you. Okay, I'll be back shortly.
E as in egg. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to pick up with charge question 18E, as in elephant. 18E. And again, the text of the charge question is available in the agenda or in the docket. So spend a few seconds reading through the information on the screen, and then EPA will read the bolded charge into the record. Thank you.
Jone Corrales, EPA, reading to the record charge question 18E. Please comment on EPA's calculation of the inhalation unit risk, characterization of uncertainties in the dose response assessment, and any additional information to be considered.
Thank you. We'll go to Dr. Osmond
Sure.
again for this one.
Well, this is taking us back about 20 minutes or so. I think the same concerns we had about the poor fit of the first three multi-stage model really hold. And I think, as you heard from a couple of our folks, the goodness of fit p-value is well below accepted criteria. So, what do we do? One of our members, I believe, was Dr. Haber, who had looked into some other type of approach, but still, it's difficult to figure out how to reconcile the data and know what to do from there. So I can read through a couple of comments, not to be too repetitious, but maybe I'll just stop with that. And Dr. Haber added a couple of things yesterday that are pretty interesting. I don't understand them completely because I haven't worked with RGDR and the factor and the implications of the different numbers. So why don't I stop and again, with the fact that the model as it is, we really can't rely on. And if we can't rely on that, how do we then take it to other routes or other applications? So I'll just pause there. And Allison, if you want to call on the people, and Dr. Haber, I think, is the person who added this, and she's got some interesting insight, I think. But again, it's the data are what they are. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Haber, do you want to go first of the associate discussants this time?
So help me out here. We're talking about the inhalation NTP study, correct?
That's correct. That's right.
Okay. So the modeling I did was for the oral study, and we already talked about that. And the so I think there may be questions about what to combine as far as levels of the nasal cavity, which Dr. Clownick hopefully can talk to. But for the data that is in table 2-11, that looks reasonably well behaved. It's monotonic, at least it's increasing with increasing concentration. So at this point, I don't think I have anything to add unless someone reminds me of something that I've done that I can't remember.
I was looking at some of your red lines. I thought you did some inhalation modeling as well. Well, I think with regard to recommendations on this one, then it would be take a look at try to avoid relying on the benchmark dose model for the inhalation dose response. Provide complete documentation, including the model comparisons that you did, goodness of fit stats, the usual thing we asked before, diagnostic warnings, benchmark concentrations, lower confidence intervals, etc. The other comment down here was use an appropriate RGDR, including extrathoracic RGDR of 1 if nasal effects are due to direct contact, lung RGDR based on ratios of inhalation rates and surface areas if due to direct contact, and an RGDR of 1 based on blood-air partition coefficients for respiratory effects due to absorption and systemic distribution. Also, and I don't have the document in front of me, but another comment we have is to recheck the calculations in equation 2.7 to make sure that proper parameters are being divided. And of course, and I remember seeing this to make sure the units are canceling out, because there might be some question about that. That's in equation 2.7. And if you can provide a stronger biological justification for using the nasal tumors as a basis for the dermal extrapolation, and whether a systemic tumor endpoint would provide a more appropriate basis for estimating dermal cancer potency than the nasal tumors. We have a little more detail on a couple of our things, but that's basically the gist of it. We're still dealing with the data we have.
Dr. Thompson?
Yeah, I think this is another example where it would just be helpful if EPA would model the animal data first in the BMD analysis, because it looks like what's in the appendix, the human equivalent concentrations were modeled. And again, if we're concerned about the issue of what the appropriate RGDDR, regional gas dose ratio is, we can at least come to an agreement on the BMCL, and then we can deal with the route extrapolation.
Thank you. Dr. Apte?
I don't have any additional comments. Thank you.
Dr. Dorson?
Okay, so a couple suggestions for our EPA colleagues. And this is just as I've been looking at it for the last hour. So this is just my thoughts, not the committee's thoughts, of course. The basic problem is EPA's focused in on multi-stage 1 and 2 models, and they both fail. P-values bizarrely low. It's not going to work. A visual fit will show you that. However, EPA has a suite of models. They should run them all. I mean, a pill model may fit that. I'm not really sure which one might fit it. But there's another thing you could do. You have in your guidelines the ability to do a joint analysis. I think this starts on page 3-24 of the 2005 guidelines. So what does that mean? Well, you've got male and female rat nasal cavity tumors. And if you do a joint analysis, you're going to get 4 data points instead of 2, and the control, of course. So you get 2 controls there too. And it turns out that when you look at those data points, they mollify, if that's the right word, the dose response curve. I think you'll be able to fit it if you do a joint analysis. Now, there's another option here too. You might say, from your understanding of mode of action, that, gee, this is mutagenic and regenerative hyperplasia in the nasal cavity. We have certainly seen that in the short-term studies. There's no question about that. But if you say, hey, I'm more interested in primary tumors that might be more related to mutagenicity, you can go to the mouse data. Well, why? Well, because you've got lung alveolar adenomas and carcinomas. They will model very nicely. In fact, you probably should go to the original study and count the animals with either of those. You can't just add these adenomas and add the carcinomas, because some animals may have both. And of course, this data set will model for both the male mice and the female mice. There's no question it'll model. So you have options here, unlike the previous situation with oral. So again, this is a new idea for our subgroup. So comments are welcome, and you might have to think about it for a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Baranko?
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Dr. Klonig?
I have nothing to add.
Dr. Haber, do you have anything else to add?
Yes, now that I'm actually on the same page, I did find the comments. I tried modeling the data. Dr. Osmith was correct, using the combined, so rather than 6 dose groups, I combined the male and female data and was not able to get acceptable model results with any of the models. If you give me about 3 or 4 more minutes, I will have the results for modeling the males and females separately, well, separately entered as dose groups with a little jiggering, but all in the same dose response model.
That's the joint analysis. Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you. And we could either provide that to EPA when that's done, or talk about this question further tomorrow if we need to. We could circle back to 18E. So let's open it up to the rest of the committee in the meantime and see if there's any other comments on this one. Seeing none, let's go to EPA and see if there's any clarifying questions on 18E. And I guess EPA asking a question, would you prefer Dr. Haber submits the modeling results to you directly, or would you like this one to be further discussed tomorrow with some of the other charge questions? What is your preference?
Johnny Corrales for EPA. She can just submit us to us directly. Thank you so much.
I have the results.
Thank you.
Can I just jump in quickly? We were planning to compile all this into one package and submit it because there's other modeling recommendations, things like that. So my understanding was our DFO had spoken with the program office. We would compile references and modeling output into one package.
Yeah. Johnny Corrales, CPA, that will be fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I thought I heard Dr. Haber, she's getting ready to state some modeling results now, or were you going to get
If
ready
you
to say
want, I can also just send the link.
Okay, all right.
I can say that Dr. Dorson's intuition was correct, and there were some viable models when you look at male and female separately but combined in the same graph.
Okay. Thank you. And then, yes, we will submit all the modeling results as a package. So sounds good.
Lynn Haber with a clarifying question to one of my colleagues, to Dr. Klaunig. Did you agree with the approach of modeling all the nasal lesions combined rather than looking separately by level? I know that's often a challenging thing, and that gets your numbers a lot smaller.
I'm trying to so the nasal it was the inhalation study.
Right, it's the NTP study.
Right? And I'm a little confused by what you're asking me, if as far as the type of tumors. I'm sorry.
So the
it's been a
nasal
long day.
It has been.
Dr. Klaunig, it's on page 95 of the EPA's document. It's the rat nasal cavity males, and at the bottom of 95, and into 96, it's the female nasal cavity.
Right. So my question was, those data, which is what I've been focusing on modeling, are the combined across all levels of the nasal cavity. As I recall, I think it was this chemical, the NTP study also reported the incidence by level in the nasal cavity. And I wanted to make sure that looking at the combined incidence, both across levels and, according to the footnote, adenomatous polyp, adenoma, adenocarcinoma,
Oh,
carcinoma.
I see. Okay.
So combining all those is appropriate.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm not as fast as you with the modeling, but
fair enough.
So, geez, they got the name.
Do you want to
Nasal
take a few
cavity. Oh, I see.
minutes?
So what do you say?
Okay.
Nasal cavity and lung, or I see nasal cavity.
Right, so maybe we should take this offline, although I see
Okay.
Dr. Thompson has
Why
his
don't we
hand
do
up.
that and give you, a few minutes or however long you need. Dr. Thompson?
Yeah, I think this highlights a point where while I appreciate the appendices that have the model output, it just says inhalation cancer. And so it'd be a little bit, if we could be more specific about what lesions are incorporated there. And again, it's modeled as already in terms of human equivalent concentrations. So it's just harder to evaluate. And then for my own, just was going to say that because we're presenting, or EPA is presenting the cancer model module results only and not all of them, it provides the cancer slope factor for you. And I was reading that initially as the p-value, which I was thinking, well, that's fine, it's 0.05, but it's not. The p-value is extremely small. So again, there are issues with this modeling as well.
Thank you. Let's see. I think we've covered everything on this charge question. We've gone to the rest of the committee, we've gone to EPA, and we're waiting on a question that Dr. Haber asked of Dr. Klonig. So we will, I'm not exactly sure are you ready for the answer now, or should we come back to that in the morning?
Go over again, Lynn. So I'm looking at the data. Are you asking me should you be able to combine the lung and nasal cavity, or do you keep those separate? Is that what you're asking, basically?
No.
Okay, then tell me again.
So I think we need this tomorrow morning to give Dr. Klein time to think.
I think so. Let's do
Just
that.
for clarity, and I'll email you and everyone else the data. The question I'm asking is across levels of the nasal cavity, solely staying within the nasal. And I can dig out the data from the NTP study.
Okay, thank you for that. So now we'll move on to the next question, but we'll make a note to come back to that one tomorrow. So the next question is 18E sub I, if that's the correct way to say it. So again, this text is in the agenda or in the docket, and spend a few seconds reading it, and then EPA will read the bolded charge into the record.
Janet Corrales, EPA, reading into the record question 18EI. Please comment on the strengths and characterization of uncertainties underlying the use of the selected inhalation cancer unit risk for estimating a dermal cancer slope factor using the default and TBBPA approaches, including the appropriateness for this route, dermal, and endpoint cancer. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we have, I think, some of the same question or same comments we had previously, and that is that we have poor model fit. And I think what Doctors Klonig and Haber are going to be talking about might be able to help some of that. Am I understanding that right? I think that should help sort some of that out. Dr. Klonig or Dr. Haber?
Hopefully.
Yeah. So I don't think maybe I can read through this again tomorrow. Let's see what we find out. It's pretty much the same situation we're in with the previous charge question. So Dr. Jenkins, I think we'll come back to us and see where we are when they have an answer. Because it could change our recommendations completely.
Okay, so we'll note that to come back to 18E sub I
What they're doing
tomorrow also, but go ahead.
I was just going to say what they're doing definitely will illuminate this and could either reemphasize what we have here or say, well, there's another approach that's going to work. But rather than take the time now.
Okay, does any, do any of the other associate discussants have any input into this now? Or, guess probably not. Any other committee members? Go ahead.
No, I don't have any.
Okay. Dr. Dorson?
Only to say that Dr. Osmitz has been on all day, and I congratulate him on his perseverance and stamina. I could not have done this.
Well, what you guys have in intelligence, I make up for perseverance and the stamina. So it's no problem. I can tell you that.
Okay, well, perhaps I don't agree with that either, but okay, thank you.
Dr. Thompson, do you have anything to add to this one? Before we're going to discuss it again tomorrow. So
Yeah, I think
but in the
we'll
meantime,
just
you
wait.
want to wait? Okay. Now I've lost the list. Dr. Apty?
Yeah, nothing more to add.
Okay. Barranco, anything to add? Dr. Barranco? Okay. Dr. Klonig is going to work on this tomorrow. So do any of the other committee members have anything to add at this point? And then we'll bring this one up tomorrow again. What about EPA? Any clarifying questions on this one before the charge question discussants could think about this evening? Any clarifying questions or?
Johnny Corrales, EPA, we do not have any clarifying questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to move on to charge question 20. And so Dr. Osmitz is actually, no, he is not going to get a break. He is going to be the lead discussant again for charge question 20. So EPA will put the charge question 20. We're still talking about ethylene dibromide, but a little bit different. This is the text of the charge that is available in the docket or on the agenda. Please spend a few moments reading this text on this slide and the next.
Donna Corrales, EPA, read into the record question 20A. Please provide comments on how the results in Appendix D of the draft chemistry, fate, release, and exposure assessment for ethylene dibromide can be used to support risk characterization. Thank you.
Sure. Well, this is an easy one compared to what we've just been talking about. We think the PBPK analysis and the work in Appendix D is really important. I think it's a theme that we've mentioned throughout, is that it's maybe not a new approach methodology, but it's definitely a new generation risk assessment tool that I know that I work a lot in the pesticide area, and the whole agency, I shouldn't say struggling, but working really hard to advance it. So we really give you a lot of credit to doing that. It's interesting because, not only is the internal dose influenced by magnitude of exposure, which you'd expect, but duration, frequency, timing, spacing of events. And especially when you have something that's metabolically cleared like EDB, you can get very different profiles depending on those parameters or those conditions. So we really think it's very important. I think with regard to watchouts, I guess, we just want to make sure that you characterize the modeling, and I think you have generally, of it being related to toxicokinetics, PBPK versus PBTK versus PBPD, rather than pharmacodynamics or toxicodynamics. The simulations demonstrate different exposure patterns, produce different internal doses, but don't necessarily establish which dose metric is most predictive of carcinogenicity or which intermittent exposures are inherently more hazardous continuous. That depends on a lot of downstream processes like DNA addict formation, repair, fixation and mutations, compensatory cell proliferation, all those types of things, which really are pharmacodynamic factors. And again, and also what dose metric is most important. But nonetheless, we still think it's very important that what you've done. So our recommendation is to retain those analyses as an integral component of the risk assessment, risk characterization, emphasizing they complement rather than replace conventional external exposure assessments. They certainly refine it and take it to another level, and that's good. Clearly distinguish toxicokinetic predictions from toxicodynamic processes, explaining PBPK modeling characteristics characterizes internal dose, but does not independently identify the biologically most relevant dose metric for carcinogenesis. That may seem obvious, I think, to some of the modelers that are at EPA. There's some awfully bright people that are doing that. But once the document gets passed, and especially outside the agency, I think that's very important. We think that's very important to mention. Present multiple internal dose metrics as appropriate, such as peak concentration, Cmaxes, cumulative metabolism, integrated internal dose, time above possible thresholds, rather than relying on just a summary metric. Those numbers are relatively easy to get, and reporting them can only give more information, not necessarily knowledge, but it provides information people can look at and try to derive knowledge from that. Expand the discussion of uncertainty, especially as it relates to exposure assumptions, duration, frequency, concentration, event spacing, and illustrate how these assumptions influence predicted internal dose through sensitivity analysis. It's a theme we've had throughout. I think everyone in our group likes the idea of PBPK modeling and thinks it's very useful. But often I'll see in my experience, people look at a point estimate and say, well, it's this, or they'll say, gee, we don't know that, so we can't do the model. When really, if you characterize the uncertainties and do the sensitivity analysis properly, you can get useful information. And I think the modelers at EPA, and I know of a handful of them, they're awfully bright and awfully intelligent when it comes to applying it. Just make sure that comes out in the report so that people can see that and it's not misinterpreted. Along those same lines, continue presenting conventional external exposure metrics along PBPK-derived internal dose metrics to facilitate interpretation by the risk managers. And those are probably not on the call. And that certainly goes outside of EPA, and clearly identify where PBPK analysis reduces uncertainty, and conversely, where significant uncertainty remains because of limited exposure and mechanistic data. All those are important. So that concludes our comments on this area.
Thank you for that. Dr. Baker, anything to add?
Nothing from me.
Thank you. Dr. Tansel.
Nothing from me.
Mr. Wright.
Nothing from me.
Thank you. Dr. Niemeyer.
Yeah, that was a great summary. Nothing for me.
And Dr. Haber.
I actually ended up not contributing to question 20.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll open it up to the rest of the committee to see if they have any thing to add for question 20A. And seeing no comments, we'll go to EPA to see if they have any clarifying questions on 20A.
Jenna Corrales, EPA, no questions on discharge question. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to 20B.
Donna Corrales, bring into the record question 20B. Please provide specific feedback on different exposure scenarios as described in section 5.6, occupational exposures, and section 9.2, consumer exposures of the draft chemistry, fate, release, and exposure assessment for ethylene dibromide, USCPA 2026A.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I think you can tell, and especially my enthusiasm after a long day for PBPK modeling, it's got a tremendous opportunity, and it's nice to see you take advantage of it. And one of the things you can do, what you're doing, and one of the main strengths is the ability to model different events and different exposure events, rather than relying just on one cumulative or time-weighted average of external exposure. So the AVGAS, the consumer AVGAS, the occupational AVGAS, and the processing work and scenarios are really, I think, well thought through. They provide very good information, and you show differences in Cmaxes, cumulative metabolism, clearance between exposure events, all kinds of things which are informative, and many of them which influence the biologically relevant internal dose. So that is a huge plus. Now, the one thing, again, I have to be careful of this sometimes myself, so I can say this is a real issue. It's sometimes easy to interpret the PK analysis as direct estimates of risk. And the current PBPK model looks at concentrations and metabolism. But as I mentioned in the previous question, it doesn't model or discuss downstream toxicodynamic processes, DNA adduct presence, DNA repair, mutation, frequency, fixation, compensatory cell proliferation, or carcinogenesis. And that's okay, but it just, as you know, again, this is more for not the modelers, more for people communicating and writing some of this up. It's important to make sure that although we can get interesting exposure scenarios, it's not necessarily without knowing or without discussing more broadly or more specifically the internal dose metric. It's not necessarily predictive of cancer risk. So additional mechanistic information is necessary. But it's an important enhancement to EPA's risk characterization, and we really thank you for doing it. Hope you can do more of it and get it out there and have people like on this panel and elsewhere discuss it. So recommendations: retain the 3 exposure scenarios as an overall component of risk. One of our respondents too may have a couple other ideas on some scenarios, and we'll provide that in writing. It gets more in numbers than the conceptual piece of it. Continue simulating actual timing, duration, frequency, concentration, spacing of the events, rather than just relying on time-weighted or lifetime average exposure estimates. That's one of the beauties of the modeling. You can be very specific about that. You can vary it. That's, to me, is really exciting versus taking a time-weighted average that heaven knows what went into that average, and it just kind of muddies everything. So that's a big plus. Be sure to distinguish PK predictions from toxicodynamic or pharmacodynamic processes. So we get the characterized internal dose, but does not determine biological significance of that necessarily, nor does it identify the appropriate dose metric. Along those lines, too, the other great thing about the modeling is you can present various internal dose metrics: peak concentration, the Cmax, cumulative metabolism, AUC, area under the curve calculations, duration of elevated concentrations above possible thresholds, other biologically relevant measures recognized in the appropriate metric for mutagenicity, for mutagenic carcinogenesis. It has not been extremely well defined yet. So having all those out there can be very useful, especially in comparing different scenarios. And then we've said this in other places too, you almost can't overexpand the discussion of uncertainties associated with the assumptions, including the influence of exposure timing, frequency, duration, concentration, and use comparative scenario analyses to know how they predict the internal dose symmetry. It's one of the wonderful things about PBPK. It's not running animal studies. It's not doing complicated workplace exposure measurements. And I think a couple of the people, including our colleague from the U.S. Steelworkers, can tell you how problematic those things can be, even though to many people who haven't been involved in those, it seems real simple to measure workplace exposures. Well, it's not. And some of the people on this committee can attest to that firsthand. So that's one of the things that's very important. So we talk about the uncertainty and your assumptions. And then when you try different scenarios, be very clear about where the data came from. It's all going to increase the value of the PBPK. And I think you've got a strong endorsement from us that it's got great utility. Not as a standalone, but it's something we're evolving to more wide use and application. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the associate discussant, starting with Dr. Baker. Anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Dr. Tansel.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Mr.
I did not submit comments on this, but I did look at the exposure scenarios, and of course I've listened to the summary, and I think the exposure scenarios seemed well chosen and well described. Certainly agree with the statement that it's not simple to measure workplace exposures, but I think that EPA did about the best it could. So I certainly agree with the statement, and that's all.
Thank you. Dr. Fong?
Excellent summary, nothing to add. Thank you.
And Dr. Niemeyer?
Yeah, that was a great summary. I agree with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's open it up to the rest of the committee to see if anybody else has any thoughts on charge question 20B. And seeing none, we'll go to the EPA to see if they have any clarifying questions.
Johnny Corrales, EPA. We do not have any clarifying questions for 20. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's finish up charge question 20 with 20C.
Johnny Corrales, bringing into the record question 20C. If appropriate, please suggest additional or alternative analysis EPA could conduct to support risk characterization of ethylene dibromide using the PBBPA model.
Okay, well, this is an opportunity for a wish list, I guess, and I think my enthusiasm you're hearing at this time is due to the fact, one, it's the last question, but probably more important that this is a super opportunity. It's great to see EPA asking these kinds of questions, looking for these kinds of this kind of input. I may not be the best person to provide it, but I think collectively we can. And you know, it's interesting. Probably the area we thought was most important, rather than fundamental changes in the framework, which, you know, I shouldn't say once you've seen one model, you've seen them all, because my modeling friends would be very upset if I said that. But the thing that really would help, I think, because I'm often on the forefront personally of representing these models, either regulatory agencies at the state level and sometimes in the European Union and now the UK, is the areas that needs the most help. My opinion, and I think the committee, looking at our summary here that I pulled together as well, is something that improves the transparency. Again, sometimes people look at these as point estimates, and point estimates based on great data and are still nothing but point estimates, because there's a great book by Sam Savage at Stanford University called The Flaw of Averages. I recommend it to everybody. And it talks about there's no such thing as an average anything. And that's probably one of the best things I've learned. That's a great book, and not just in science, but lots of different areas. But by better characterizing uncertainty, looking at alternative plausible internal dose metrics, and strengthening the interpretation of those results, we think that's very important. So expand sensitivity, uncertainty analysis, additional evaluation of exposure duration, frequencies, different scenarios. It does a couple things. One, it's interesting. You can do it relatively quickly. It's not like animal tests, God forbid. But you can also then identify which are the changes, whether it's exposure pattern, have the biggest impact on the predicted internal dose, whatever metric you choose. Now, the metric is a whole other thing we just talked about. But again, the principal opportunity that we see is not in changing the model, but in strengthening the supporting analyses and the interpretation. So several recommendations: expand sensitivity and uncertainty analysis. I'd probably be staying in that in my sleep tonight, but it's important with so many things, and especially when you're developing new approaches or applying new approaches, I should say, like you're doing, which we all commend. Being able to distinguish parameter, model, and exposure scenario uncertainty, identify physiological metabolic exposure variables that influence and most strongly influence internal dose. That's so important because it does two things. It says we're not positive about what we're doing. We're learning as well. We're open to different kinds of interpretation. And then once you actually coalesce around something, which you eventually will, it shows you've really explored all the options. And again, compared to the traditional, we dose a bunch of animals, we do some pathology, no disrespect to pathologists, we get a number and divide by 100 and we argue whether it should be 100 or 300. This is so much better. It ultimately would be very parsimonious when it comes to animal use. It's a fantastic opportunity. So along those lines, and look at multiple plausible internal dose metrics. We mentioned Cmax, cumulative metabolism, AUC, those types of things. Think about the mechanism, think about the AOP and what in metrics you could measure that make sense. And it's good for this chemical, but also as you think about fewer chemicals or test rules or the kinds of data you like to see, those are recommendations we would have. And again, in the meantime, it's important to think about the PBPK analysis. Again, just thinking about the broader acceptance of this in a regulatory framework. Continue pressing PBPK analysis as complementary to rather than replacement for conventional exposure metrics, and emphasizing additional mechanistic insight. It's not yet a replacement. It can be a very good screening tool for companies and for researchers, but when it comes to regulatory purpose and application, we understand you can't do that at this point. But having the two of those together during this transition is very important. So I think we're ending on a fantastic question, and you've done a great job so far. And like I say, you've got some super people in the agency working on this problem. And again, think broadly about the audience and what they're going to be looking for. And part of that is us that's making these comments. But it comes down to transparency, accepting uncertainty and acknowledging it, but not shying away from it. And that's where the uncertainty analysis or the Monte Carlo simulation, however you want to do that, those are so important. One, for you to understand it, but probably as important for it to be communicated to other people. So again, thanks again for the opportunity to comment on these questions. They were really very well thought out. And thanks again on behalf of our group.
Great, thank you. And yes, this will be the end of your lead discussant work today. So I really appreciate it. It's been very good.
I appreciate the opportunity.
So let's go to the associate discussants for 20C. Yeah, everybody's saying great job to Dr. Osmitz. Marissa Baker, Dr. Marissa Baker.
Nothing to add, but I'll add claps.
Dr. Tanzel.
Same from me, nothing to add, but with claps, I'm adding claps.
Mr. Wright.
I have nothing to add to this, but I would like to say that that it sounds like this group did a terrific job on really understanding, or at least acknowledging, workplace variability. And since we're in the process of recommending books, let me recommend one myself. It's by a guy named Todd Conklin, and it's called Pre-Accident Investigations. And there's nothing that I've read that is better at really discussing the variability in the work process and in how workers really are exposed to both safety and health hazards. It's a pretty good book. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that recommendation. And Dr. Niemeyer.
Yeah, no additional comments. And Dr. Osmitz, you definitely got the MVP today. So wonderful chat. Thank you.
Yes, he did. Okay, let's open it up to the rest of the committee to see if they have any thoughts on that last part of 2020C. Seeing none, EPA, do you have any clarifying questions on 20C? I did not hear that if somebody spoke.
Janet Corrales, CPA, we had a little technical difficulty here, sorry. We do not have any questions, but this concludes the section on ethylene dibromide. So we would like to take a moment to thank all the SACC community members for all the input, but a special thank you and gratitude to Dr. Osmits for all the incredible summaries, and furthermore, the very helpful recommendations that were listed very clearly for the charge questions throughout the entire day so far. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thanks, my committee, for coming up with those.
Yes, thank you. Again, thank you. Okay, we're going to keep going, and we're going to move now back to charge question. Well, not back, because we haven't even touched on it yet, but we're going to go to charge question 4. We're switching chemicals now back to 1,2-dichloropropane. So if EPA, this is going to have several sub questions also. So EPA is going to, well, the information is on the screen and also available in the docket and on the agenda. If you could spend the next maybe slide 2 or 3 reading this to yourself, and then EPA will read the bolded text into the record.
This is Neria Orentis, EPA, reading question 4AI into the record. Please comment on EPA's preliminary conclusion that the weight of the scientific evidence is slight for the causal relationship between 1,2-dichloropropane and human cholangiocarcinoma. Please include in your response the strengths and uncertainties of this preliminary conclusion.
Thank you. And we'll go to our lead discussant, Dr. Burgoon, to read the response into the record.
All right. Thank you. So generally, the members agreed that the term slight needed to be defined or replaced because it was not a generally recognized scientific term. It did not reflect statistical significance while describing the Japanese study as suggestive of a possible relationship that required further verification. In addition, another SACC member considered the EPA's preliminary slight conclusion reasonable because of the magnitude of the association, the rarity of the cholangiosarcoma, repeated observations across analyses, and biological plausibility, but noted that there are factors that decrease the weight of evidence, including contrasted with co-exposure to the other chlorinated solvents, reliance on a single company cohort, retrospective exposure reconstruction, small number of cases, wide statistical uncertainty, and possible healthy worker bias as important limitations. Another SACC member considered EPA's reasons for caution legitimate and well documented, but stated that the agency should directly reconcile its slight descriptor with the International Agency for Research on Cancer, that is IARC, Group 1 classification. And this member also stated that the lack of cross-validation between the human cholangiocarcinoma signal and the animal tumor sites should be discussed in the overall weight of evidence narrative. So we boiled these down into some recommendations. These are majority recommendations for EPA to consider. The first is to define or replace the term slight and explain the scientific and evidentiary criteria used to distinguish slight, moderate, or strong evidence of an association. The second recommendation, again, this is a majority recommendation, is that please explain whether the qualitative characterization reflects uncertainty about causation, uncertainty about extrapolation from highly exposed workers to the populations with lower or background exposure, or both. And the third recommendation is explicitly reconcile EPA's descriptor with the IARC monograph 110 from 2017. That was the group 1 classification, and explain whether the divergence reflects scientific judgment or differences between the evaluative frameworks. And that's it for that particular charge question from us.
Thank you. Let's go to the associate discussants, starting with Dr. Apte.
Yeah, I think my comments were all covered at this point.
Dr. Baker.
Yes, this group did a lot and I did very little of it. So I think all of them.
Dr. Barranco.
I had nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Klonik.
I have no questions, no additional comments either.
Thank you. Dr. Haber.
Very nice summary, Dr. Burgoon. I just have a question. You characterize these as majority recommendations, but based on what I see from your nice summary, it looks like these are consensus recommendations. So I don't see any minority. Is that correct?
Dr. Ike, this is Dr. Burgoon. Dr. Ike requested that we temper them as majority for now because she may have some, issues.
Good point. Thank you.
And I think she's not here today, so.
Yeah,
exactly.
she's not here.
Yes, I was going to say that Dr. Stephanie Ike is an associate discussant, but she is not here today. So with that, we can open it up to the rest of the committee. Dr. Ryer-Powell.
Yeah, I have a question about, I think you said that the IARC monograph rated the chemical as a group 1. Is that right?
That's what we have in our notes, yeah.
So do you know if that rating was based on this particular, it's a cholangiocarcinoma?
I'm going to allow one of my...
Yeah, I can answer that. Yeah, this is Udayan Apte. Yes, I think it was. It was based on pretty much the same data that we are reviewing. Yes.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering what the discrepancy was, why EPA is saying slight while IARC is saying it's a group 1. That's a pretty big difference.
That's what we're asking.
Okay.
And I also want to say that IARC's recommendation was not, I think, universal. Like there was some disagreement at IARC as well. But yeah, it's based on the same data.
Okay. And does anyone know what the year of the IARC publication was?
2017.
Okay. Okay,
it's
great.
Monograph 1110.
I'm sorry?
110.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Dr. Dorson?
Yeah, I thought it was a very good summary. So we added some comments. Good job.
Does anybody else have any comments on 4AI? Sorry about that. Anybody else? If not, we'll go to the EPA to see if there's any clarifying questions on 4AI.
No, there are no clarifying questions from EPA. This is Nerio Rentis, EPA.
Thank you. Let's go to I guess it's the second part and the last part of 4AII. And EPA can read this into the record, please, when you can.
This is Nerio Rentis, EPA, reading question 4AII into the record. Please also comment on EPA's preliminary conclusion that the Japanese print shop worker studies do not support quantitative dose response assessment for deriving a POD in the TSCA risk evaluation for 1,2-dichloropropane.
Thank you. Dr. Burgoon is the lead discussant on this second part also. Go ahead.
All right, this is Dr. Burgoon from the SACC. So this this will probably be a lot easier for EPA. Many of the committee members agreed that the Japanese print shop worker studies should not be used in a quantitative dose response assessment to drive a point of departure for 1,2-dichloropropane. Many members also differed, however, in the characterization of known risk factors overall. Several members stated that the analyses of the studied populations do not reflect several risk factors for cholangiocarcinoma, but acknowledged that the association with smoking was present in at least one of the studies. So some recommendations, these are majority recommendations first. We have two. The first one, retain the preliminary conclusion that the Japanese print shop worker studies should not be used to derive a quantitative point of departure for this chemical. The second recommendation, we're requesting that the agency please describe the key uncertainties identified by us in our write-up, and I'll give you a rundown here, and I'll try to speak a little bit slowly so that you can take them down. Although it's hard because I've had a lot of caffeine today. So including the impact of small size of the cohort in the Kumagai et al. Studies, the potential confounding or inadequate measurement of smoking and hepatitis B and C. I'll pause briefly. The absence of observed cholangiocarcinoma in female workers. The very high exposure levels in the Japanese cohort. The lack of peak exposure information, and the possibility that peak rather than cumulative exposure could drive the carcinogenic potential. It is recognized that some of these uncertainties relate to quantification rather than hazard assessment. We do have one minority recommendation. I believe it was one, maybe two members stated that the agency should include the possible healthy, that was one actually, include the possible healthy worker bias as support, but the limited number of cases among the epidemiologic uncertainties as a detraction in distinguishing the strength of evidence for hazard identification from the suitability of the studies for quantitative point of departure derivation. And that's all we have for that charge question. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the associate discussants, starting with Dr. Apte.
All my comments were covered. Thank you.
Dr. Baker.
Nothing from me.
Dr. Baranka.
Nothing to add. Thanks.
Dr. Klonig.
The only thing I would add is there's strong epidemiology data showing that these cholangiocarcinomas are very high in Southeast Asia. And so one question I had that I don't know if the cohort here or the individuals that we looked at, were they Japanese or could they have been guest workers that came from another country where the background level is very high? That was my only question.
Thank you for that. And Dr.
Can I-
Haber. Oh, go
Can I
ahead.
add
Dr.
something
Apte.
in that line? And Dr. Klonig's right about that. This is the update. One of the other things that has been come to light in last about 10 years is the mutations in two specific genes, IDH1 and IDH2, that are known to that account for about 20% of cholangiocarcinomas. And this is very recent information in general, and way after the study that we're talking about. And so that could have a component of that. Again, that's a possibility that could be there.
Thank you. Dr. Haber. Did you have anything to add?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Ryer Powder.
Yeah, again, a lot of times I run into trying to do an assessment of what all of the agencies are saying about a cancer rating, like a group 1 or in EPA known to be carcinogenic or whatnot. So I would just ask that EPA look at other agencies' assessments and just make sure their reason for rating it differently, if that is the case, is justified or examined.
Okay. Does anybody else on the committee have anything to add about this last for A sub I? Seeing none, EPA, do you have any clarifying questions or questions on this last part of charge question 4?
This is Nerio Rentis, EPA. No, we do not have any clarifying questions. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think this is what we've completed discussing all of the charge questions. So I really appreciate everybody's attention and hard work today, going over all the pre-work to review all the documents and provide such good.
We're not quite.
Yeah, we're not
Excuse
done
me
yet.
for interrupting. We're not quite done. We still have
Why
4B. We have 4B in its subparts.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was thinking about 4B.
We got us
Okay.
all excited that we were done.
I was too.
I'm sorry. Yeah, because I didn't scroll down. Okay. Hold that thought. Okay. We're going to 4B. If there's the text on the screen, I should have been looking at the right screen, and it's in the agenda and also in the docket. Spend a few moments reading that, and then EPA will read the bolded text into the record.
This is Nerio Rentis, EPA, reading question 4BI into the record. Please comment on EPA's evaluation of the laboratory animal data in section 2.4.2. Please include in your comments a consideration of the data quality ratings derived from the US EPA 2026C for the laboratory animal cancer bioassay for 1,2-dichloropropane. Matsumoto et al. 2013, Umeda et al. 2010, and NTP 1986.
Thank you. We'll go to Dr. Burgoon again as the lead discussant for 4.
Thank you. Thank you. This is Dr. Burgoon from the SACC. I was so hoping. Okay, so 4BI, the committee was still mostly in agreement on most things here. It's the next one where it gets fun. So here, 3 reviewers considered the agency's summary of the laboratory animal studies accurate and supported the preliminary classification of 1,2-dichloropropane as likely carcinogenic to humans. They also identified areas where additional data quality discussion, mechanistic evaluation, and transparency would improve the assessment. The reviewers did not express a single view on the low-dose approach. 2 other members considered linear low-dose extrapolation appropriate because it remained uncertain whether the mode of action that produced the tumors in the rodents operated through a threshold. Another member stated that 1,2-dichloropropane appeared to function as a threshold dose-dependent, non-genotoxic carcinogen in the mouse. Third member focused on calculation, transparency, and specific dosimetric and modeling changes, including use of an extrathoracic regional gas dose ratio of 1. And one member found that the evidence from the Umeda study, et al. Study 2010, and the mouse data from NTP to be informative. Another responding member supported EPA's laboratory animal data quality ratings and the likely carcinogenic to humans classification, but they disagreed with the linear low dose extrapolation. This member stated that the available mutagenicity evidence did not make linearity scientifically plausible under EPA's 2005 cancer guidelines and recommended reconsideration of a regenerative hyperplasia mode of action, PBPK modeling, and route-specific dermal dosimetry. And I realize some of that goes into the next charge question, so you're going to hear some of this repeated, and I apologize for that. Another SACC member described the animal data evaluation as likely conducted, well conducted, and the data quality ratings as appropriate. This member supported the likely carcinogenic to humans designation, but identified the absence of cholangiocarcinoma in the animal studies, the discrepancy with the IARC Group 1 finding, and the lack of a clear human relevant mode of action as important uncertainties. This member described EPA's oral, inhalation, and dermal slope factor approach as appropriate under the current guidelines, while recommending additional consideration of body weight, adipose storage, absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion, and factors that alter hepatic cytochrome P450 to E1 levels. One member identified several statistical issues with the Matsumoto et al.'s 2013 study and reasoned that the paper is rife with false positives and should be used with extreme caution. Another member found some issues with the NTP study, the 1986 study. There appeared to be some frank toxicity as evidence of by body weight decrement at the high doses in both male and female rats, as well as sharp increases in mortality starting around week 60. In addition, there was a lack of monotonicity in the overall adenoma and carcinoma rates in the rats. Thus, this member found that the NTP study to not be informative with respect to the rat data, and the member found the NTP study to be informative with respect to the mouse data, however. So we've got 3 majority recommendations. There are no minority ones this time. I'll start off with the first recommendation. This is a bit long. So it is recommended that the EPA revise the laboratory animal discussion to identify the good laboratory practice and OECD status of the principal studies, discuss the National Toxicology Program study limitations, and revisit the mechanistic relevance of Guy et al. 2015, and correct Table 217 to reference Umeda et al. 2010. The agency must clarify the decision to classify the Guy et al. Study 2015 as, quote, uninformative because of short duration, i.e. 17 weeks of exposure. When compared to other studies using hamster as a model to study chemical carcinogenesis, 17-week exposure is within the range of what has typically been used. There was also another majority recommendation that the agency should likely not utilize the Matsumoto et al. 2013 study just due to all of these statistical and other issues throughout the entire study. The agency should correct, this is the third recommendation, sorry. Recommendation 3, the agency should correct the discussion of Zhang et al. 2015 at line 2525, where apparently misleading statements were made because the liver was not a target following inhalation exposure. And that is the end of our recommendations for this charge.
Great, thank you. Let's go to the associate discussants, Dr. Apte.
I think all my comments were covered. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Baker.
Nothing from me.
Dr. Baranco.
Nothing for me.
Dr. Cloney.
Nothing for me.
Dr. Haber.
Nothing to add.
And again, Dr. Ike was an associate discussant, but she is not here this afternoon. So let's go to the next sub-question. This would be 4B II. And EPA will put the text on the screen, and please read the opening part, and then they will read the bold charge into the record.
Neria Arentis, EPA, reading question 4BII. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of EPA's preliminary cancer classification for 1,2-dichloropropane.
We'll go to Dr. Burgoon again.
All right, this is Dr. Lyle Burgoon from the SACC. So many of the committee members supported the preliminary classification of 1,2-dichloropropane as likely carcinogenic to humans. One member based this conclusion on the criteria in EPA's guidelines for cancer carcinogen risk assessment, including positive animal experiments in more than one species, sex and exposure routes such as male mouse liver adenomas or carcinomas after oral exposure, and nasal papillomas in male and female rats after inhalation exposure. A second member concurred with the preliminary cancer classification and the associated characterization of strengths and uncertainties. Several members stated that in the absence of sufficient mechanistic and mode of action data, the classification appeared appropriate under EPA's guidelines for carcinogen risk assessment. One member stated that the designation of 1,2-dichloropropane as likely carcinogenic to humans was adequately supported. This member noted that the principal cancer reported in humans was not reported in the mouse, rat, or hamster studies, while dose-dependent increases in liver adenoma, mammary gland, adenocarcinoma, and nasal papilloma in animal studies supported the designation. This member also stated that the IARC monograph 110 from 2017 classified 1,2-dichloropropane in group 1 carcinogenic to humans and recommended that EPA explain that discrepancy. And we've already seen that recommendation bubble up previously. The committee recognizes EPA's efforts attempting to lay out the MOA data in the context of each key event. And while this analysis would be greatly enhanced by applying the Meek et al. 2014 framework and tabular compilation of the data by dose and time, this is a very good start that several of the other assessments under consideration did not include. And so our recommendation here, we have one, this is a majority recommendation, although it was pretty close to everybody. Retain the preliminary likely carcinogenic to humans classification while expanding the mode of action discussion, including tables recommended by the committee to help compare the weight of evidence across the competing modes of action. Explain the discrepancy between EPA's likely carcinogenic to humans classification and IARC's Group 1 classification, and identify the lack of a clear human relevant mode of action as a major uncertainty. And that's the end of our recommendations for that charge.
Thank you. Let's go to the associate discussants for this one, Dr. Apte.
Yeah, I wanted to get one comment on record, and I thought should have done it actually in the previous one, but I'll do it here. And that is the hamster studies that are associated with this one. And I think one of the reasons that the hamster study was considered uninformative is because of the duration of exposure, which was considered to be too short. It was 17 weeks. And so I was not very familiar with these. I kind of did a deep dive into it and found out that the 17-week exposure in hamster is not actually that far off from what they have done in other studies with tumor promotions. There is, of course, a range of several different weeks when they use hamster and use a tumor promoter. And so that study being, considering uninformative is a little bit of a stretch for me. And so I recommend EPA kind of take a second look at that maybe. And I have given a list of, which is included in the comments, list of several references that use hamster as a model to study chemical carcinogenesis, especially with tumor promotion protocols. So that's the comment I want to get on record. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Baker?
Nothing from me.
Dr. Barranco?
Nothing from me.
Dr. Klein?
No, nothing from me.
And Dr. Haber?
Nothing to add.
And again, I want to mention that Dr. Stephanie Ike is an associate discussant for this question, but is not here this afternoon. So now we're going to move to question 4B. I think it's 4B III. Yes. And then this III has 2 subparts to it. So please read what's on the screen. And this is in the agenda and in the docket. And then when the slide is advanced, EPA will read the bolded text into the record.
Neria Arentis, EPA, reading into the record charge question 4B III1. Please comment on EPA's proposed approach for deriving oral, inhalation, and dermal slope factors for 1,2-dichloropropane.
Thanks. We'll go to Dr. Burgoon again.
Hi, this is Dr. Burgoon from the SACC one more time, or two more times, I guess. This is my second to the last one. Wow. This was the most interesting discussion the committee has had. It is the most contentious, and it was the most biologically stimulating. To put it briefly, the committee is split. And the way this worked out, because of the way the next charge question works, is that we put the minority recommendations into the next charge question's response. Here you're going to have the majority responses. However, that said, these are extremely slim majorities in most cases. So here we go. Our first very slim majority, actually this one is probably the larger of all these. Majority recommendation is the agency should reevaluate or clearly justify the quantitative assumptions identified by the reviewers, which we have as a write-up, including an extrathoracic regional gas dose ratio of 1, modeling female mouse bronchoalveolar adenomas or carcinomas, the dermal slope factor treatment in light of low human dermal absorption, and the rationale for not applying an age-dependent adjustment factor. Also evaluate the 80 kilogram body weight assumption, possible adipose depot effects, changes in absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion, and conditions such as obesity, diabetes, fasting, and weight loss that may alter hepatic cytochrome P450 to E1 levels. The next recommendation, this is a slim one. Improve the documentation of the genotoxicity study results, using a tabular approach that provides sufficient information on the design of each study to allow independent evaluation. Based on this enhanced presentation and consideration of study adequacy and whether they met test guidelines or whether negative studies would more properly be characterized as no test, reevaluate the strength of evidence regarding mutagenicity, not just comparing the number of positive and negative studies. If the overall genotoxicity weight of evidence continues to be negative, reevaluate whether linear low-dose extrapolation is scientifically plausible in light of the mutagenicity evidence. Further, develop and test the proposed regenerative hyperplasia mode of action using an EPA mode of action framework, consider PBPK modeling, and use route-specific dermal dosimetry where feasible. I think you can tell by the number of words I used that was a very committee response. That took a long time for us to work out. This next one was not nearly as contentious. There's a recommendation for PBPK modeling to estimate target tissue doses across exposure routes and continue development of mechanistic and epidemiological evidence to improve quantitative cancer risk characterization. The next recommendation, the committee concurs with EPA that an ADAF is not appropriate for this chemical. And then the last of the majority ones for this particular charge question, the committee recommended use of the linear low-dose extrapolation as appropriate because a threshold mode of action had not been established. And I will say that was the most contentious, and it'll get brought back up in the minority recommendations for the next charge question. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Burgoon. Let's go to the associate discussants, Dr. Apte.
Yes, all my comments were covered nicely. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bates.
Nothing more.
Dr. Barranco.
Yeah, I can attempt to provide some additional insight into that final recommendation of the linear low-dose extrapolation. So part of the reasoning behind supporting the linear low-dose extrapolation was an interpretation of the EPA's 2005 cancer guidance, which states that linear low-dose extrapolation is recommended when supported by 1, biology, 2, when the dose response curve is expected to be linear below the point of departure, or 3, when the mode of action for a tumor site has not been established and the data suggests that linearity is plausible. And it was the number 3 that that we leaned into the first half of the mode of action. We didn't believe a definitive mode of action has been established, whether mutagenic or non-mutagenic. And concerning the linearity is being plausible or not, the mutagenic and non-mutagenic mode of actions were generally weak, equally so, in that the mutagenic weight of evidence was not robust, and that some of the non-mutagenic mode of action key events are not well supported, particularly key event 4, proposing the generation of mutations via reactive oxygen species generation. Given the view is that it's essentially a tie between both mechanisms or modes of action, we lean towards a conservative collective interpretation that linearity remains plausible because the non-mutagenic mode of action doesn't definitively trump the mutagenic mode of action. Again, because it's we're looking at it as kind of a dead heat tie. That said, I myself can appreciate that alternatively, both modes of action could be considered by the agency for risk evaluation purposes.
Thank you, Dr. Baranko. Dr. Klonig,
No comment.
Dr. Haber?
Yes, I agree with everything that was said. This certainly was quite a challenge for our group to work through, and I wanted to really appreciate Dr. Burgoon for pulling it together and laying it out so clearly. With regard to the mutagenicity data, this was the only assessment that we reviewed in this packet that did not have any tables for the mutagenicity data. It was all in the text. And again, while the laying out the data by key event I thought was really useful, the absence of the tables summarizing the mutagenicity data, and then sorry, slight distraction. And most of the studies that were cited for mutagenicity in the assessment were actually other authoritative assessments, which was good. It was useful for that, but I was going back to the authoritative assessments and then going back to the primary data. So I spent a lot of time digging into the studies and which were the primary data. And again, that's part of why the recommendation is to please provide a lot more of this information to facilitate the independent review. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, Dr. Stephanie Ike was an associate discussant, but she is not here this afternoon. Let's see, I'm going to open it up to other discussion by other committee members. Is there any? If not, does the EPA have any clarifying questions or need additional information?
Mrs. Nerio Rentas, EPA. Yes, EPA has a clarifying question.
Yes, I'd like to ask a clarifying question to the comment that Dr. Baranko said about the tie. And exactly what is the tie that you refer to? What's tied here? Is it
It's the mutagenic versus the non-mutagenic mode of action, that they're both weak.
So the mutagenic conclusion is weak, and the data support a series of key events is also weak. Is that correct? Is what you just meant?
Yeah. So no. Go ahead.
What I'm trying to understand is how the panel is interpreting the science in terms of just understanding the scientific analysis and interpretation of the data, and where that intersects with the default approaches in the cancer guidelines. So is the tie just
the mutagenic mode of action, the mutagenic information is weak. Is the weak just we need more, or it's just hard to interpret because there's no tables, or is it weak in terms of it's a weakly positive, and then the weak on the mode of action, is it because more studies would need to be done, we can't establish the key events, or the mode of action would actually tell us that it's true, the science would tell us it's linear, as opposed to we can't establish the key event, so the cancer guidelines suggest default. Are you understanding that? I'm trying to tease out the nuance of where the science is and where the policy and the guideline sends us.
Yeah, well, when I look at the mutagenic database, there's a lot of negative studies, right? And then when I look at the key events, which those studies support, it's not definitively that this key event is ironclad and fully supported by the data set, because there's conflicting data. There's positives and also negative data.
We also have some other committee members who have their hands up to respond to Dr. Lowett. I'm assuming Dr. Burgoon.
Yeah, I think I know what Dr. Dorson's going to say, so I'm going to allow him to do his thing. But I just want to say that I think what Dr. Branco was expressing was his opinion. There are two camps, and Dr. Dorson and I are in the other camp. And so I'm going to allow Dr. Dorson to explain where we're coming at this from, because I think that will then help Dr. Lowett and EPA understand where it's a schism. Let's just call it what it is. It's a schism. All right. So I think Dr. Dorson, why don't you take?
Okay, I guess I'm off.
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Lowett, that's a great question, and I think there's a finesse in the schism, but let's get into trying to answer your question. You have in your mode of action key event number 1, where you say the lack of an identified metabolite. This is on page, oh gosh, it's on line 5465, but it's page, well, I'll just read it. It's page 212. The lack of an identified metabolite represents an uncertainty in the DNA damage genotoxicity mode of action and decreases its biological plausibility. So that's one touch. But also, you gentle people are saying that, most evidence is negative for mutations. And you have that on line 2533, which is somewhere. Okay, so the mode of action for mutagenic mode of action is weak. It's missing, data to support the first key event. Okay, it's weak. One could argue, and there's kind of a difference of opinion here slightly, that the mutagenic mode of or the regenerative hyperplasia mode of action is equally weak. I think some of us on the committee would say, well, there's a lot of information here, and at least EPA should work through it. So they're either equally tied or maybe one's a little bit stronger than the other. But the point is, regardless, the point is EPA needs to kind of work both of those together. Now, how does it relate to the guidelines? Well, the guidelines, I think Dr. Lyle had said this, the guidelines will state, maybe it was Dr. Bronco, either this, or if the mode of action is uncertain, and if supported by the data, is it plausible? I get the exact wording, I don't have, but it's on page 321 of the guidelines. Then if linearity is plausible, then you can use the default. But some of us would argue the linearity idea is not plausible because of lack of mutagenic data. Now, again, Dr. Habers pulled a lot of this information out, and that's why it's still kind of up in the air. And here's the finesse, all right? Because this is this is not easy. This is why it's a finesse. The finesse is, hey, EPA's guidelines, page 3-22, say you could do dual mode of action. Well, you're gonna probably balance both of these anyhow. And it really comes down to what does EPA in its 2005 guidelines mean by plausible? Is the support for linearity plausible if it's 10%? Or is it, more than 50%? I mean, it's not defined. And that's okay. I mean, this is, again, EPA was being ahead of itself here. It's great guidelines, by the way. Love them. But there are ways to quantify these different modes of action. We've talked about Becker et al. In 2017. I'm sure there's a couple of these. I mean, I'm not just focusing on that. I just happen to know it. And that's the finesse is EPA to look at both of those modes of action, using the Betty Meek et al., framework of putting data together, and then using that coalesced data or that organized data and working it into a scheme that quantifies these two modes of action and to really see which one kind of wins the race. I don't know if that's the right analogy. It's not the right analogy, but yeah, I'll be quiet because a lot of good comments here on this, and I'm sure everybody would like to weigh in and help EPA understand this.
I see Dr. Haber has her hand up, and then Dr. Abdi. Go ahead, Dr.
Yes, so thank you, Dr. Lowett, for your question. I think that clarification definitely hit the nail on the head. And as Dr. Dorson implied, a lot of this is information that we're still wrestling with. So that also probably influences some of the answers you're hearing. So for example, that deep dive that I did into the genotoxicity data was literally over lunch today. And so I part of the disagreement or different positions, perspectives you're hearing also reflects looking at EPA summary versus looking at some of the data in more detail and looking at the ways of combining different categories, and if there are inconsistencies, why there might be inconsistencies in the data. For example, different cell lines have measured different things. And also, there are some disagreements that we have not worked through fully as far as what the definition is of what to be considered in terms of determining whether a chemical is mutagenic. So there's a lot here that we felt comfortable coming forward with some general the recommendations, and Dr. Burgoon did a great job on doing that. And some of the subtleties with regard to understanding the mutagenicity data and how that plays into a weight of evidence is not something that we fully digested, although we can make some recommendations. I'll stop there.
Thanks, Dr. Haber. Dr. Abdi.
Yeah, I want to bring up the point that I think I made earlier today. I think this is Uday and Abdi, and that chemicals like this have ability to cause both DNA damage, maybe at a level, and tissue cell death. And those two events may not be completely independent of each other. And so, especially compounds that are CYP2E1 driven metabolism are notorious for that. DEN is a great example of that. And there are several others. 2AAF is there, and you can go on. You will find DNA damage, mutagenicity, some low type. And then there is a cell death aspect of it, which triggers regenerative response, which then will select the mutagenic process, right? And so these things go hand in hand. And so I would say the dual mode of action guideline that Dr. Durson has mentioned. I mean, that might be the best case scenario in this case, I think. And the biology is just complicated, and we have to consider that multiple processes can be happening simultaneously. And so rather than putting all the eggs in one basket, considering both as simultaneous process would be good, or even a sort of a mixed MOA may not be a bad idea in this case. That's what I think.
Dr. Haber?
I'm sorry, I forgot one question I had. So with regard to this idea of a mixed mode of action, that can be a very useful approach qualitatively. I guess my question here is mostly to Dr. Dorson, although of course others could weigh in. So in my early experience, there were some assessments where our conclusion was a mixed mode of action. And basically the approach was, okay, we can do both approaches for dose response assessment, and the linear extrapolation was basically what ended up dominating because it's more sensitive. You can certainly look at curves that better capture low dose, flat dose response, which I know Dr. Dorson did with acrylamide a number of years ago. But I know there were some early attempts by Dr. Kluhl and others to extend the dose response curve down to lower doses based on precursors, but at the time those weren't successful. So basically my question, after a lot of words, is if EPA were to go with a mixed mode of action, how could that change their quantitative assessment?
Yeah, so Dr. Haber, you're right. We did this for acrylamide. We did a dual mode of action, ended up with a linear because it was the lower thing. That was in 2008. EPA has attempted to do this with thyroid tumors. That was a risk assessment forum document by Dick Hill, I think was the lead on it. And I think the options there were you could go with a linear, you could do it with a reference dose, or you can use a reference dose and the virtual safe dose of whatever it was, 10 to the minus 4, 10 to the minus 5, and build a range. In other words, the safety levels in that range somewhere, not always default to the lower one. It seems to me that Dr. Tom Osowitz was part of a Alliance for Risk Assessment meeting back in the teens, 2012, 13, where they did a bottom-up approach. And it was a bottom-up approach tied to metabolism. I don't know if that would work, but it's certainly, it's the suggestion is in EPA's guidelines. How one does it is not in the guidelines, but it certainly picks up on Dr. Appy's idea of, hey, the chemical is doing both. So let's think about ways to step forward. Okay.
Dr. Burgoon?
Yeah, I think this is a case where, similar to formaldehyde, the question becomes what are the dose response relationships between the two MOAs, getting to Dr. Apte's point. And so if you have a situation where the RFD ends up protecting because the MOA occurs at a higher, the mutagenicity MOA occurs at a higher dose than we see the regenerative proliferation, then you've answered your question. So I think we have to look at, or EPA has to look at the relationship of the different dose response phenomenons.
Yeah, and that gets to Dr. Haber's point about if you lay out the mutagenicity and we're getting mutations at equivalently high in vivo doses, then somebody else said, I'm not quite sure who it was, if mutations are leading to tumors, that's one thing. If mutations are not leading to hyperplasia, that's another thing. I mean, okay.
Thanks for that discussion. I think I'll go back to EPA to see if that was helpful, or if you would like additional information on that point that we could bring back tomorrow, or if there's other clarifying questions at this point for 4.
No, not at this time. I do appreciate the conversation, and if possible, this conversation that we just had, I would hope it could get captured in a report somewhere. And Dr. Burgoon's suggestion about looking at a dose concordance across the 2 MOAs may be the solution to the challenge I think that people are looking for. And so that would be super helpful. Thank you.
Okay, great. I think that is, well, I'll go back to my earlier questions when I prematurely tried to end the meeting, but it's been a really great meeting today. I've really personally appreciated all of the discussion and all
There's
of
one
these
more.
difficult questions. What,
Yeah,
there's more?
Yeah, there's a one. Yeah, there's another
How
question.
am I missing this? I am so sorry. Are we on 2? I'm sorry.
Yes,
I am
we're on this.
really.
Yes.
I had that one crossed out. I guess I was premature again. So we have the last charge question. 4B III2, and EPA will read this into the record.
Nerio Rentis, EPA, reading question 4B III2 into the record. Pending your comments on 4B III, please provide alternative approaches for evaluation of cancer risk for 1,2-dichloropropane.
Dr. Burgoon.
Dr. Lyle Burgoon from SACC again. So the good news is we already had the conversation about this. So we have 2 minority recommendations, and these shouldn't be foreign to anybody. The first one is 1 member supported EPA's proposed oral inhalation and dermal slope factor approach as appropriate under current guidelines and did not propose an alternative low dose extrapolation method. Okay. The second one is what we just discussed. This is the middle road, which I think is a good, negotiated settlement between the 2 parties. 2 members stated that the linear extrapolation was inconsistent with the available mutagenicity evidence, and as stated in EPA's 2005 cancer guidelines, page 3-21, could not be used. These members recommended further evaluation of a regenerative hyperplasia mode of action in a comparative weight of evidence evaluation versus the hypothesized mutagenic mode of action. And if the former mode of action is plausible, EPA may wish to consider it as the preferred MOA, or perhaps consider both a mutagenic MOA and a regenerative MOA together as described on EPA 2005, page 322. These members further recommend a dual MOA approach per EPA 2005, page 3-24, and putting both MOAs, the mutagenicity, genotoxicity MOA, and the regenerative hyperplasia MOA, through a quantitative screen as per Becker et al. 2017. And we give you the reference. That's Becker, DeLarco, Seed, Cronenberg, etc. It's in 2017 quantitative weight of evidence to assess confidence in potential modes of action, published in Regulatory Toxin Farm, volume 86, 205-220. And I did, by the way, put down some notes on what we had just discussed there at the very end per Dr. Lowett's suggestion, and I'll make sure that that gets a formal write-up for EPA in our report. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's go to the associate discussants. Dr. Apte.
Nothing to add. Everything's covered. Thank you.
Dr. Baker. She may have had to hop off the call.
Yes,
but
she's
she
now
was-
hopped off the call. Yes, that's right.
She was an associate discussant. Dr. Barranco.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Klonig.
Nothing to add.
Dr. Haber.
Nothing to add.
And then also, in addition to Dr. Baker, Dr. Stephanie Ike was an associate discussant on this one, but she also is not here this afternoon. So with that, is that the last charge question for today?
Yes, yes,
Good.
yes, it is.
I apologize for that. I am looking at the questions and just skipping over them, but I really have, again, enjoyed the conversation. Let me go back to EPA. Do you have any clarifying questions on that last one?
Neri Orentis, EPA. No, we don't have any clarifying questions.
Did anybody else have anything to add on that one? Any other committee members have anything to add on 4? If not, if committee members could stay on the call, we will conclude this the 4th day's meetings shortly. Tomorrow we will come back to some of the charge questions to do further discussion on those so that we can provide clear recommendations to EPA. And Dr. Gentry, do you have anything else to say, or Ms. Manure?
No, just thank you to everyone again.
Yes, thank you.
I will have to especially thank Dr. Osowitz. What a champion. He carried us most of the day. And thank you to the public for attending, and we will see you again tomorrow.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you. Bye.